Hey, Amunge niambia leo, kumbe nimechoka. Imagine nilianzisha show, nilikuwa najiuliza kwa nini show haiongei. Kumbe ni mimi siongei, and the way I have talked. Haya ni sawa, nimeanzisha show. Watu waingie show. So today, leo ni ile show noma. Today I want to withstand the evil. Nataka tusome maneno ya ubaya. What is ubaya? What is evil? Na kwa nini kuna watu wanafuatanga watu waovu na wakijua watu ni waovu? So that is my starting point today. So like, it's something which I'm continuing to stand in, and naendelea kustandi ama naendelea kuisoma, but based on many researches which I'm doing, ama ile masomo mingi naendelea kusoma, I have come to realize ya kwamba mtu yeyote ama binadamu yeyote ambaye anafuatanga mtu mbaya deliberately, he is a sick person. It's a disorder. And I want you people to take this one with a lot of humility. Ukiona mtu anafuata Ruto saa hii, huyo mtu ni mgonjwa. I didn't want to say this, but we have reached this level of giving these explanations now. To some extent, we can forgive people who supported Ruto in 2022. We can say that they had no information, things were, they were not aware. Maybe we can take Gachagua statement, walidanganywa, hivyo. But any person in the year 2027, na anasema mimi na support Ruto, that's a sick person. What? I know you people, you don't believe. Yeah. That is true. So let's begin there. Why am I saying Ruto supporters are sick? And they need to seek medical attention. By the way, kama unajua mtu wako karibu na wewe na anasupport Ruto, please advise those people to seek medical attention. Those people are sick. Is only that they might not. Unajua saa zingine mtu anaweza kuwa akona uenda wazimu na ajui, and inabidi awekwe kamba apelekwe kwa hospitali, na huyo mtu mkimwambia wewe ni mgonjwa anasema sio mgonjwa. I have seen a mad person being taken to hospital, inabidi mumfunganishe apelekwe hospitali adungwe. So definitively, and with a lot of humility, any Ruto supporter is a sick person. And I will explain it. Let me begin from there. Before watu wakuja kwa studio to push it further from where I will put it, I want to lay. So there is something we call ponerology. Na sio pornography, because unajua wengine wenyu hamujui, mutaanzia hamujui kusoma. Ni ponerology. Yeah, that one is right. So ponerology. From in Greek, unajua Greek huko ndiko language started in Greek. People need to know that, Greek and Latin. Latin and Greek, those were the first languages. Even some words in English have been borrowed from Greeks. Yeah, the Greeks and Romans. So that's where the language started. So even English is not a fast language, for your information. Kizungu kilitolewa is an evolving language. English is an evolved language. It's not an original language. Najua nikisema hiyo kwa yeah. Kizungu ni lugha ilitokezea huku juu. It is not an original language. I don't know. Sijui ni akina nani walijenga hizo syllables wakasema, but English is a very postmodern language. So that's why some languages in English actually they have been developed from Greek and Roman. So in Greek, ponerology means evil. It has been derived from the word poneros, which means evil. There are some people I promised to come and talk about this thing, because it has been one of my things to understand why things behave the way they are behaving, the study of evil. So I'm just trying to stand the evil. Why do people decide to be evil, and why do some people like following evil people, even while they know those people are evil? So it's the study of evil, particularly its nature, origins, and manifestation, often focus on how psychological pathologies influence societal and the political systems as detailed by Andrew Lobachewski. That's the guy who came up with this, who coined this this term. He is a Polish guy, Andrew Lobachewski. He is a Polish guy. He lived in the age of 1940s. Political Ponerology. Yeah, it explores how psychopathic traits, psychopaths, mnajuanga psychopathic traits, watu wa kujisikia mimi msione mimi bana. And by the way, psychopath trait, mukiangalia, like the same traits which Ruto demonstrates. He is the only man who can change Kenya. He is the only man. This one, psychopathic traits. We call them psychopathic because they are traits. They are these people who believe, who self-evangelism. Bana, mukifikiria hivi, munafikiria mimi sijui Kenya inaenda wapi. Like he is a guy who thinks he can take Kenya to Singapore. Well, we know it can't happen. They are called psychopathic traits. So he is giving you things which are so too much egoism, and distorted thinking, conversive thinking, na kukuletea vitu zingine ambazo hata yeye mwenyewe haelewi. And you are trying to connect. You see, unajua Ruto anaenda pahali anaambia watu we are going to Singapore. Unajua mtu I hope umeangalia even the way the crowd looks at him sometimes. Look at even these ODM guys who have decided to support him. Saa zingine huyo jamaa akiongea tu story ya Singapore, unaona tu mtu tu anamwangalia. Yeah, it's an abnormal statement, especially by somebody who has not delivered anything. And it can spread from, so na nataka sasa hiyo ujinga is spread to groups, creating societal hysteria and leading to hii vitu sasa watu wanasikia ethics. Yeah, wow. So leo tunasoma Ponerology. Nimemaliza. That was my simple explanation. Now nataka kuingia sasa kwa the story itself. Yeah, a man is born in the year 1966, as I claim. That man goes to primary school. Some of the eyewitnesses who saw him in school, they claimed that he was not a good man even in school. He used to steal pencils. The man is continuing. Along the way, he becomes a teenager and a university student at the time when his country is undergoing totalitarian leadership. And because his character traits are in that line, he was able to design a system where he was able to meet with the president of that country at the time in the year 1995. And because their principles align, they are able to understand themselves. And he is one of the young people who are used by that country to root public resources and coffers. And he becomes a speedy millionaire. That man progresses in the year 1997 to become a member of parliament. And it is believed as he's becoming a member of parliament, he did it in a bulldozer style, where he had to suppress so many of his opponents. Yeah, the man does not stop there. The man continues in much of the regimes which come later. Yeah, in 2 or 2 years outside the government, he just serves as a member of parliament. Come 2007, when Kenya is having a disputed election, yeah, the man miraculously finds himself in the government as the Minister of Agriculture and later as the Minister of Higher Education, and where he pretends to have done a lot of work. And Along the way, he finds himself in the International Criminal Court, together with the son of the former president. And as fate has it, as the family of the former president is seeking to rescue their child, they decided to do a collaboration so that they can rescue these people together. And in the year 2013, the power brokers of this nation, who do not know how to use their end, they think by catapulting these individuals to become leaders of that country, they will serve them much service. So they decided to destroy a nation by rescuing two people. Unfortunately. And that is the problem of some of the power brokers in the country. It was supposed to be the ultimate reason for those people to be jailed. Because if those people were jailed in the International Criminal Court, we would not be talking of these problems we are talking in Kenya. Sometimes it becomes a natural problem to solve a problem, but at times we say we don't want that problem to be solved. By actually this guy is being sent to ICC, it was God removing an existential problem in Kenya. But because we are like the Jews who were saying they don't want to be ruled by God and they want a man to be ruling them, and they requested for Saul. And Saul came with all the evil. And so Kenyans said, wanataka hawa wanafungwa. Yes, Jen. Tunataka hawa wanafungwa. Hao ndio tunataka wakue. Hao ndio tunataka wakue viongozi wetu. And as it goes, we have a very problematic 10 years of disputed elections, where we have some temporary resolves along the way, where the opposition and the government is able to agree on some working temperament. And 2022, we have the leader of all the evil becoming the leader of that country. And since then, the nation has never been the same again. I needed to give that small history so that people can understand where Kenyan problems emanated from or they started from. It was not in the design of God for these two gentlemen to be rescued from ICC. I wish Kenyans allowed these guys to be arrested and jailed and prosecuted without using our power and even claiming that the only way in which we are going to rescue these people is making them not get jailed. If Kenyans are given the same option now, can they say the same? If Kenyans are given the same option, can you imagine somebody who was rescued by Kenyans? He is now committing evil against the same people who rescued you. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to describe evil here. And that is why I'm saying here, as human beings, don't follow evil men deliberately. Evil men will always cause harm to you. Once you truncate and you realize that this person is not good, it's just like I can ask for a lady. I ask so many people, will you follow a serial killer? You know, there is an Onyancha. Maybe Jane nikuulize swali, Onyancha ako pahali na anatafuta bibi. Utakubali akuoe? Na Onyancha has been in the news. Women have died in his hands. Will you follow him? Ni swali nauliza. Now, there's a big ask here. Kenyans know what has happened. We are now hearing some legislatures We are now hearing people saying now we want to return back to where we have been from. We are even hearing some politicians saying that we are now returning to that guy. I don't want to explain the evil of that guy here. That's why I'm talking of ponerology, following an evil man deliberate. That man has even been christened names like Gidinji. We have now to do a serious talk here now. That man has been christened the name Gidinji, butcher. He has been christened Kasongo, whatever that means. So many names, so much communication has been done to Kenyans. So much communication. We have all arrived to an agreement that this man does not deserve to be near power. Right now, he has not done much of the evil. For your information, the amount of evil which is in the cupboard, ndio mingi. Right now, things have not happened. Remember, we are dealing with a first time here. Once, and I want to say this one without fear. I want to say this one without fear. Yeah, Jen, we have seen many cyber trucks. You know, cyber trucks can only shock people in Kenya. Unajua saa zingine sisi wa Kenya, we get hyped by small things. These things, a cyber truck has been in America for 10 years. Cyber trucks has been in Kenya for 10 years. We can defeat them, Jane. So all what we need, we just need an aggressive. I will come to that, but let me first of all, I need to explain this ponerology. Yeah, and don't think like other countries will want you to get a good reader. Globally, the only people who can choose a good reader for themselves are people of that country, because you are the only person with the good intentions in that. If you are living in that country, you want a good person. Outsider. That's why we even say, even sometimes I even hear people, when people are being cancelled, I always hear people saying, mtu watatu ni wa kuharibu, muongee nyinyi wawili, a third one ni wa kuharibu. Yeah, inhabitants of a nation are the ones who help that nation to survive. So we now have a evil man. Karibu sana Stone PK. We now have a evil man to the core. Somebody who everybody knows is evil. It's only that Kenyan psychologists do not do enough. They don't like publishing books. Now we needed to have somebody who should have published a book about Gezenjihood in Kenya. But again, our writers are too lazy. I don't know, like people like Akina Stone PK, who always tell us they have good English. They have refused to write books about this man's character. That's why sometimes I like America, because if it was in America, they could have already now written books. But in Kenya, it seems people are not willing to write books, because books shape societies, especially when we meet evil. So many books have been written about Hitler. Yeah, especially in in Germany, when there was so much confusion. So now we have an evil man in front of us, and an evil man who is manipulating. So and that's what I'm trying to tell you, that any person who follows an evil man willingly is a sick person. And that's why I'm saying any person who supported UDA 2022, we can give them that slight benefit of doubt. But any person who is following UDA and its puppets today, after all what has happened chronologically, those are sick people. Hao ni watu wagonjwa, and they actually need medical attention. Wanafaa wafungwe makamba, wapelekwe hospitali. You might think as if I'm overstating this statement. Stone PK, I want to ask you a question as I loop you to this discussion. some places in our communities tunakuanga na zile manyoka tunaziitanga etara. Yeah, etara is a python. And sometimes by the way in our communities ile pali etara linakaa kunajulikananga. Like in my place, like pali ikiwa na etara, if there is a place where python lives tunajuanga. And you always want, hata saa zingine we even put marks. Be aware, there is a python here. So we communicate, we say. Then, Stone PK, I want to ask you a question. Today is a very real discussion. Okay, it's okay. Don't worry about that. I will still continue. I just want to loop Stone PK on this because I want him to enter in this discussion, because I'm standing evil today. I'm standing evil, and why some people follow evil men deliberately and willingly. And then I want now to come and loop people like Akina Wamushomba. Wamushomba the other day, he was calling Ruto Gidenji. Akona yes, so Stone PK, I want you to give me an explanation. There is a python somewhere. And a place where there are python, hata wale watu wanaendanga kutafuta nyasi. Wale watu wanaendanga kutafuta nyasi ya ng'ombe, uwezi enda kuanzia kutafuta nyasi ya ng'ombe hapo. Because that python can meet you alone there na ikumeze. So Stone PK, can you explain to me, what would you call somebody who knows there is a python which lives here na anaenda hapo? Can you explain to me that? In an
Thank you, Njiro. When you bring up to speed a bit of background, I'm sorry I was a bit busy. I didn't follow you since you opened. So basically, I just read the title Nikafikiria. I'm trying to imagine what it is all about, because of course the man we are discussing is somebody we know very well, and we cannot pretend that we got learning yesterday. So you wake me up at 3 o'clock asking me to say something about it. I have it because it's genuine. Now, coming to your question, yes, if you see somebody surpassing all the warnings that you've been giving, umeweka posters, beware, this floor is slippery, beware, there is a poisonous snake around, there's a python, a tara is here, beware, there is a bent, beware. Anybody who goes defying such warnings, personally, this is my personal opinion, I always put them in two categories. Either one, that's a mad person. When you are insane, you are mad, you are not able to tell. Like people are shouting, please stop. You don't understand what they are saying. You must be mad. Number two, for you to defy warnings and signs, then you must be having a protective mechanism. Yaani wewe ni mnoma sana. Unaambiwa cobra iko hapa ina speed. Lazima uwe umevaa magogos, uko fit, umejiprotect na antivenom na nini. So it's either of the two. Wewe ni mnoma sana, umejiprotect kabisa. Kama kwetu ukienda Ovalile, uwe unaambiwa mazee huko ukienda kwa homestead ya mtu lazima usimame nje uombe ruhusa akwambie mahali utaingilia, because unaweza ingilia kwingine ukauke. Unaweza ingilia mahali kwingine ukutane na itara. So ukisikia mtu ana defy, huyo naye ni mondobo wao, yani yeye ni murogi wa warogi, ni mnoma tu sana, anasema. So I know you are laughing because that's how I look at it. Sasa ukiona mtu anakuambia huyu gedeji, alafu asubuhi anamuinulia maskat, ako hapo akifanya catwalking, it is either she's a mad woman, or number two, she all along belongs there. So since yesterday when we had the show Njero, I told you, anybody, mtu asikuja ati kupretend ameguswa na Ruto ati ndiye akageuka. Hapana. Anybody anybody who is going to Ruto right now alikuwaga huko kutoka zamani, ni vile alikuwa either ametuma on mission to pretend this side and all that. So you saw those people at Sagana. I hope today you are able to follow that. How do you explain that? Hata kama ni Don Jiro, hata kama mmeambiwa mnakuja kutoa 10k, yaani saa hii Njiro tukiitwa na shetani for dinner, ni Mkristo, alafu shetani announce leo tuko Montreal Canada, shetani ako huko analisha watu, na ukitoka huko utatoka na $10,000, na wewe ni Mkristo. Ukienda tutakuita aje? Utakuja kutuambia ni aje takulea mbele ya shetani ndio kwa Kristo? Will you do that? And then you expect me to take it?
Nilikuwa nimeendea pesa ya shetani sababu sitaki tumuzike na meguongo.
Na meguongo.
Nilikuwa nimeenda kutoa ivory. Nilikuwa nimeenda kutoa ivory ya shetani tuzimuzike na ivory.
Mkaage na ivory ya shetani juu ivory ni ivory. Hata mapasta walikuwa wanasema, anaambia chia shetani hakuna pesa imeandikwa shetani. There is no money that is written evil. You take the money, man. Saa hiyo umeanza. When you go to take what Satan is giving, you belong to that. You can't tell me. Saa hizo anakupatia na mkono na ukimpigia makofi na ukifurahi. What are you doing? Anakugawia hapo, mnapiga claps. Seriously? Nilikuambia hii mlima itatuonyesha maneno, ndugu yangu. Look at that crowd, bro. Hata kama utasema paid crowd sijui nini, why do you accept to be paid to create that optic?
Stony Piken, and thank you for assisting me in that. Let me tell you the reason why I have decided to stand the evil. Because Stony Piken, and I want to use your word, we pretend a lot. There is no any Kenyan now who cannot say that he is not aware of the character of this man. And this man has destroyed all the spheres of our nation. And don't be worried of people who are following Ruto. Na musishturiwe na wale wanaenda kukula pesa yake. I'm just saying now, hapa sasa kama wa Kenya sasa, itabidi tukue na kategori mbili. Wenda wazimu na watu wagonjwa, and the other side of serious people. We have now to categorize Kenyans in these two groups. And let me tell you, me, I've already even labeled, whether you are my relative ama nini, ukinipigia na nisikie ulikuwa kwa Ruto, mimi hata, I cannot do anything with you. Because I know, wewe ni mtu hatari sana. You can do worse to me. Let me tell you, because you are following an evil man deliberately. I don't even think hata nikikuja kwako unipe chakula kama naweza kukula, because your character speaks. And this is not about, because as zingine unajua watu wa mlima wako na hiyo notion ya Mungu ati unajua ati hata Yesu ananjesu nu aleza nile na evia, hata Yesu alikulania na watu wabaya. So
Jiro,
that
sorry,
is the card they're using. So it doesn't matter.
Jiro, I don't want to cut you short. Ndio nisisahau hiyo. Unajua pia Bible tunadanganywa sana. Hebu nipatie mahali Yesu alienda akadaini na mashetani. Where did God dine with Satan? Maybe he dined with the human beings that had been following evil ways. Ni wapi alikaa wakakula wakashare sahani na shetani? Endelea.
No. He did not share with the devil, but that's how they place it. Like it was with Zacchaeus, a bad man, who, let me say, a man who was evil possessed. So what I'm trying to say is that Stony Piken, moving forward, I think any man who has no capacity to differentiate, and I don't think it is. Okay, let me take it hypothetically. Any man who has no capacity to differentiate, Ruto is a bad man. I think that person is a danger to himself and to the society. Huyo ni mtu, by the way, Stony PK, I don't think huyo ni mtu hata mnaweza simama mupange naye kitu. Let me Stony PK nikuuliza swali kama sahi. Mtu sahi akuje akwambie I'm supporting Ruto. Then after kukuambia I'm supporting Ruto, that's what I'm telling you, by the way, political decisions are very key in some of the things you are doing. And let me tell you, Stony PK, when you are doing things with some people, don't shy away to ask them who they support. Because who you support can give me half of your story. Who you support. Like, for example, Stony PK, if today you tell me you support Ruto, I can track it very quickly. Wewe ni mchawi, wewe ni mwizi, wewe ni madra. Like, there are some things I can quickly position on you now. Hata kama sikujui, quickly. Yani, I can position. Alafu sasa immediately umeniambia, hey, by the bro, mimi niko kwa Ruto sahi. Then alafu sasa kuja uniambia, hey bro, nisaidie kamia. Nitakusort April. No, I'm just saying ni mtu amekuja, by the way, tu he is a Ruto supporter, alafu anakuja anakuambia bro, ile bro yako sasa tunapika, hey bro, nisaidie 100k, nitakusort April. Mtoto amenikimbiza mbio hapa. React.
Yeah. Actually, you know, let me approach it this way. My biggest worry, and I think I am justified to worry about anything that is going on right now. As of now, I'm so worried that Ruto will not lead Kenya as he will be the president. That it's worrying me deep. And it worries me deep, especially when I see how Central is behaving. I know people think times are hard. By the way, those people you saw there, and the Ruto knows. Remember, the most bitter thing is that Ruto anajua watu wanasota na ni yeye anawasotesha. Anataka wasote zaidi such that akiannounce mtu ukuje Sagana una transport ya free na kuna 10k kwa brown envelope Njiru, that mko huko Kagio na umeambiwa Sagana, ukienda Sagana leo unarudi home na 10k kwa envelope, 5k kwa envelope. Njiru, that temptation is too much kwa mtu ananja. I can assure you that, because even that woman who is selling tomatoes pale Kagio, ile ananunua anapanga za vipango, most probably hata make your profit ya 5,000. Let me finish kwanza. Let me land kidogo ndio nini. So my bitterness, Njiru, is that this devil is taking unajua ni kama mtu ambaye hajakula chakula for 10 days, 11 days. Alafu unakuja unamwambia sasa lazima unanginyombe moromo wako ndio nikupatie, ana unamuonyesha a dish hivi. This person is dying, is collapsing, ama maji. Alafu unamwambia lazima useme Njiru juu ndio ukunywe hii maji. That person will say Njiru juu na ukunywe. So my bitterness right now, such that if I could get Ruto, I would strangle him. It is the way he is using that, which we know is subduing people, making people poor, impoverishing people so that he can dangle the 5,000. Man, look at that crowd in Njiru. That was a crowd of paupers, broke people. And because he has stolen money from them, because they are so broke, because it's the money he has refused to release there, and using the same to kill them. And then nobody, and you really don't know what you can do about it. I'm desperate. Even if I was in the opposition forefront, I don't know how I would handle that situation. For me, I would go the other way, which you know, because this is serious. Umeona mtu hii kinyoka kinakuja kinauma mtu, alafu inauma ndio urudi sasa, akianguka chini uanze kuja unajidai unamuokoa tu kidogo tu, then it is terrible. It is a very bad situation we are in Kenya. Back to you. Sorry, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I wanted to react to something because what we need to do, and because now we have to understand that we are dealing with, and that's why our topic today is very straightforward, Stone PK. I understand the poverty in Kenya is poverty by design. For the first time in the history of Kenya, even farmers, wakulima wa kahawa, wakulima wa majani chai, hawana chochote. I get that. But it doesn't mean we have to collaborate with evil. It doesn't mean we have to collaborate with evil. I think dignity surpasses cooperating with evil. And there is something I want to ask. Now, Ruto has given you food today. What is the assurance which you have that Ruto will keep on giving you food all the time? They don't give you money which can even last you for a week. But are you going to use that as a way of setting your country forever? Or saying now this one is an enough justification that this man needs a second term, even though hata kama analeta hii pesa, and then at the same time uko on the other platform unasema watu wa upinzani hakuna kitu wanatupea. Watu wa upinzani hakuna kitu wanakupea sababu they have no money which they have stolen to come and dishing it the way this guy is dishing it. This guy for the last 3 years, let me tell you, Stony PK, what Ruto regime did. Ruto regime knew that the easiest way to get to power again, to get a second term, impoverish people, take all the money, hold it. Then, wakati wa uchaguzi, and you heard Ruto said it very well some time back. You don't need to be popular all the time. Unakumbuka ile wakati when he was told sometime immediately after he got into power, when some politicians walienda wakamwambia bwana, hey, manze Muzaini kama uko popular. Which one did he use? He said popularity is timely. You don't need to be popular all the time. You look for the time to be popular, alafu hiyo popularity ukuje uitumie, alafu uende. So now what Ruto want to do is he want to have an artificial popularity, a pretense of popularity. So Ruto wants to pretend to be popular. I use your word. A very artificial popularity, hata kama ni popularity ya huu musimu. So between now and 2027, because in the government, hakuna pesa itakuwa inaenda treasury. If there is a year, I can tell you Stone PK, usikuwe na hope ni hii. Kama wewe ni mkulima wa kahawa, don't have hope. Pesa yote ya kahawa itaibiwa. Pesa yote ya majani chai itaibiwa. Pesa yote ya sukari itaibiwa. They will hold it. And then watakuja nayo na mangunia, pretending that they are rewarding us. Wanatupea. Na sisi sababu ya njaa yetu, we will now say that hawa watu ni kama wanatusaidia sana. Ruto anachota, our famous word. Ruto anachota, anatoanga. He will start moving to churches again, hoodwinking, akiweka rufu ya milioni 2 hapa, rufu ya milioni 3 hapa. But he is using the same taxpayers' money which could have been used in other critical facilities. So this is what needs to be done. And that's why I'm saying today we need to talk real politics. Because we have to deorganize these problems and we give them. We have already understood the work of evil men. And this is how evil men do. Or what they want is to lie to you and cheat to you. They present themselves like the devil in the mountain with Jesus there. He understands that, and I don't know why our people do not read the Bible. And I want to use the Bible here as a case study to reinforce our belief and our hope in what we believe in. Jesus is there, very tired and very hungry. 40 days he has nothing. The quickest thing which Jesus was supposed to do was to take the offer which the devil is giving. Jesus is there, is a poor man. He doesn't own anything. He has committed all his life to love God and evangelize. So he doesn't own buildings. He doesn't own anything. So the quickest thing which Jesus was supposed to do was to tell devil, na plani yako ni mzuri. But all that did not matter. Jesus and only one response. You cannot try your God. And mwishoe Yesu akaambia shetani niondoke. It is biblical, and it was at a moment where that man deserved what the devil is giving. Sababu, you have been fasting for 40 days. So definitely you are very angry. And this is a man here who is coming with the offer of food. So, Bwana Stone PK, there is no justification of Kenyans eating from the devil because they are angry. You can resist the devil. And the fact, and I want to use that religiosity to put things into perspective, because as Kenyans, we claim we are religious. As Janet saying here, Janet, I want to tell you this. There is no justification of eating from evil. Kukulania na shetani sababu uko na shida. There is no justification of taking, ni kama kuniambia Stone PK, sababu we una chochote, kijana wako aende aibe ng'ombe. We nyinyi maskini kabisa, muna chochote, hata muna skupi, hiyo ng'ombe mnaweza uza. Kijana aende aibe ng'ombe alete kwako. Utaikaribisha? Even and you are a pauper. Kijana ameenda ameiba, amekuja, hey, mwana kenweka weka nigutwira. Wanatutira ina kin. You can't do that. You will have to reinforce the character of that man. You have to tell, or even you call the police if he doesn't. So you have to report. I have seen even people here in America being reported by their parents when they do bad things. Unakuta mtoto ameenda ameua mtu, and the parents are the one actually who are taking the kid to the police. So these things happen. You cannot collaborate with evil. You cannot collaborate with evil. No matter how worse you are. No matter how worse you are, you cannot eat from the table of the devil. No. Let me tell you, kidogo enough Stone PK nikulete. What I'm trying to say, this is the evangelism which we are supposed to tell our people. It doesn't matter how impoverished you are. Help is on the way. Help is on the way. And it doesn't mean because Ruto is helping you now, there is permanency of his help. Help is on the way once this regime goes away. What we need is we collaborate, and in fact, we need to start frustrating Ruto. And I don't know why Akina Gachagua and Kalonzo Musyoka and Matiang'i, the evangelism we should be preaching is Ruto akiitana mkutano musiende. That is what we need to start now doing. We need to have anti-meetings against Ruto. You can do that. Now let's have open rejection. Tumwambie wachaneni na hizo vitu zake. Let's see if we have supporters. Let's see if we have supporters. Sasa tukua tumeambia watu wetu musiende vitu za Ruto na waende, we give up. We say now watu wetu. That is how if Gachagua wants to prove he has supporters. And I want to advise it. If Gachagua wants to prove he has to support us, kesho aende asimame Nyeri. Kesho aende asimame Murang'a somewhere. Or even that day when Ruto is coming. And I don't know why these guys, they are not able to do this, Bwana Stone PK, as I finish. This is what we call them anti-meetings. What are anti-meetings? Ruto ako na mkutano wake hapo Sagana. Wewe unaenda unakuwa na mkutano yako 5 kilometers away, where you are telling people our meeting is an anti-meeting of what is happening. So Gachagua has to come out. Whether people are in poverty or not, Kalonzo Musyoka, you have to come out, whether people are in poverty or not. And you have to tell people, hata Ruto akiitana hapa, musiende, don't go. If Kalonzo Musyoka tells people wasiende na watu waende, then we can give up.
My approach is this way. You don't compete with a madman. Because the madman ameanza kukimbia kwa market akiwa naked, na wewe unaanza kufukuzana na yeye ukiwa naked. Hakuna mtu atatell the difference. My strategy would be really weird and different. For example, and this will be supported by a proverb that says, huwezi kushindana na ndovu kunia. You'll be wasting your time. Swara ama sungura hawezi kushindana na ndovu kwa competition ya kunia. So Ruto ni ndovu kwa sasa, ndovu kwa maovu yote ambayo yako Kenya. Na kama ni maovu, yeye ndio the mother, the father and the king and the prince of all evil in Kenya today. That is known. Sasa, how do you deal with such a person? Because hiyo Njiru unasema ati sasa tuanze kupreach kwa platform tukisema ati ukiitwa mkutano usiende. That can't work. In my own opinion, I don't think that will work. Because how do you tell mtu ana hata so mbili alafu anaambiwa atambebwa na gari na arudishwe? Kwanza labda amekuwa akitembea miguu, ananga hata pesa ya matri, alafu anaambiwa aende Sagana achotoe ngiri 5, alafu hivyo tu atakwambia nitaenda kuchukua ngiri 5 lakini sitamvotia. All right. So how do you deal with that? How do you make sure that you capture that mind? You sustain that guy to know that ndio amekula hiyo pesa, but the truth of the matter is that hiyo ni poison ana swallow. For me, my approach would be this. Because Ruto has gone high up there, he is now souring in the evil and all those evil acts, dishing out money. Mimi nitarudi chini kwa chini, ile tunaitanga ground. I'll stop even having those big rallies, and this is what I would advise my, let me call him brother today for the first time, Gachagua, because I can understand the situation he is in right now. I would advise Gachagua, Kalonzo, Mother, and all these very strong brigades. By the way, let us not underestimate the opposition that we have. Because the biggest opposition that we have on Ruto is the citizenry. It's not Mata, it's not Gachagua, it's not Matiangi. It is the Mwananchi. Hiyo ndio the biggest opposition. So for us, is now to try and keep on charging these people. Unaona? Tuwacharge vizuri and we hold them nicely so that they don't scatter if we want to keep scoring high. All right? So ningewaambia warudi chini, then they don't even need to go busting into those big public rallies. Warudi mashinani, ile grassroots formula yangu. Grassroots ni you talk to small groups. You tell them what we are saying on this platform. Please. And it is now going to plead with them and making that mama huyo ako chini to understand hiyo 5,000 ulipewa jana itakupeleka mpaka wapi? Na hii 5,000 ulipewa jana si ati ni ya huyo mtu, si ya Ruto, imeibiwa ndio ukienda hospitali hai huwezi pata dawa. For me, I would want us to shook a ground immediately and we make that ground movement very strong. I'm using another term for civic. I mean, we really do that civic. Tuachane na hizi big rallies. Can we all voluntarily dispatch? We go into those small groups from the village level and try to explain to this mama, hiyo 5,000 ulipewa, uliibiwa on the other side. Because that's why you don't have X, Y, Z. That's why your son who was called a Tumotomo girl, daughter Tumotomo girl, you are not able to take her there. Na hataenda hiyo 5,000 ulipewa utampeleka nayo. You have to make it pain to the people. How do you do that? You don't do that on a public rally. No. Rudi chini. Rudi pale kwa ward. Let us invest kwa ward and make sure that we have those, we make that movement from January now up to 2027 strongly. Let us see Gachagua akiwa huko Tomotomo village, akiwa huko Kangonde, huko Ukambani, huko kwa village wamekaa chini ya mabaobab tree with even hata kama watu ni watu 50, 20, 30, talking to them, wooing them. That is the new strategy that we are supposed to adopt in Zero. Hii ingine tuachane nayo. Hii ya kushindana na Kasongo ameita watu 100 na wewe unajaribu kuita, hiyo ni useless. That is all doing same things same way and we will gain no results. Tushuke chini, and I hope Ruto doesn't hear this. Take to the bank. This is the formula. This is it. And while we go that down, kuna mudhoa inaitwa Kanyerere. I don't know whether in Embu you know that mudhoa.
Of course,
It's
najua
yeah,
ngoja kidogo. I need to tell
yeah.
you ili ujue najua hiyo Kanyerere. Hiyo
Yes.
mudhoa inaitwa Kanyerere, ni kadogo sana. Uonangi kakikula nyumba. Ile kitu tunashtukanga nayo, mnashtukianga mumeangukiwa na roof. Mkiwa mna snore.
But get it, you got it. You got it. You got it.
So I want you to make me understand. It's like you are saying like if somebody is going in the northern direction, you are giving a direction of a southern direction. You are giving an opposite of trajectory. Like you are saying, we don't use the same formula. Like if this guy is using hot rallies and paying of people, we don't go the rally method. We go the conviction method. So can you help me to understand? Are these convictions going to happen in radios, in TVs, where like churches? How are we doing this conviction, or just like the way they are doing them wakiwa kwa matanga na wapi? They now so does it mean that they now need to start now changing their talk line, and their talk line should be targeted to what Ruto is doing, especially this wholesale buying of people?
You are right. Yeah, to some extent, but it's a holistic approach. Grassroots. What happens at grassroots level? We have weddings, we have burials, we have kuwata mwana, those watoto wamezaliwa. We have dowry sessions. We have bars where people are drinking. We have discos. We have village meetings, where villagers. We have women groups and men groups. We have social networks that function. By the way, today I was just reading another document. I was proofreading for somebody. I helped another nephew of mine trying to write a thesis. So I was proofreading something, and he raised a very good point. He says we have in Kenya today, and I'm happy he has done that research in one area. In Kenya today, a village utaenda ukute they have more than, there's a village alienda akakuta they have more than 120 chamas. You know what chamas are in Kenya? And as of today, Kenya has now overtaken Bangladesh in terms of what we call chama, the zinaitwa social safety nets, modernized social safety nets, where you have those now hizo chama ya watu 20, 30 nini, which means now there is no one in the community. When I say no one, it's not 100%, but it's only very few people you find that they don't belong to a group, to a chama, to a network of some sort. So those are very, very, and they meet. Like you go to a village, he was telling me on a Saturday. Hawezi ukiambia mtu ati Saturday niko na party, wanakuambia ya Saturday niko kwa chama. Wewe unakuta watu wako kwa vyama tatu. Oh, okay, let me come and help you. Unaelewa bana? Ngoja nikuje.
So let me continue with the ponerology. Unajua leo nataka, I want to withstand the evil. Leo sitaki tutoke kwa hiyo bracket ya evil, because hii evil ndio inaharibu jamii. Sitaki tutoke kwa ubaya. Why are people following bad people willingly? And is there a way in which we can rescue them? Or can these people be saved? Can we put it ideologically that ni pesa wanakula tu watarudi? Can we say that? Is that a statement right? Na wauliza, hawa watu ni pesa tu wanakula, hawako huko. Is that a statement right? Janet, sababu where I know you are a big campaigner ya wacha watu wakula wako na shida. Hawa watu wanakula na akili yao haiko huko. Do you want to tell me that is Kasongo this comfortable that anapeana pesa na pesa yake haitaji reward? Pesa yake haitaji reward. Now, even some of the people we were seeing that, and I think now akina Gachagua and Kalonzo Musyoka, they have now to start understanding some of the people they keep as friends. Mutahi Kahiga ametembea na Gachagua for so long. Leo nilimuona na yellow everywhere. So many people have been working with Gachagua and leo tukawaona na Kasongo. I understand. I cannot blame Gachagua. At times opposition is very cold, especially if you are a harlot, somebody who mtu ambaye anataka mambo mingi, somebody who loves corruption. Opposition can be very solitary. I understand. So I have no blame. Hata wale wengine those fake reasons ambazo zinapeanwa hata watu wanasema unajua Gachagua sijui anaongea vibaya, they are just fake reasons. You can only be in opposition if you want. In opposition, they are no goodies. Opposition is very cold. Opposition is for strong people mentally. For your information. Hata nyinyi najua kukua kwa upinzani sio rahisi. You fight a lot to be here. There are some favors, maybe there are some favors you might want to get from the government, but you don't want. There are some of these people who are in the government. Kidogo Stone Pike nakupea. There are some of these people who are in the government. They might wish they want to collaborate with us, but we're on the other side. We cannot do things with them. So that is what at times when you are playing as an opposition, kuna vitu wewe mwenyewe unajifungia. Kalonzo Musyoka, he could be benefiting a lot in the government if he was to join them. But the fact that he is in the opposition, there are so many things he can't get. But it is not for long. It's just for a reprieve. Matiang'i mwenyewe kuna vitu anaruhusu, and I hope all these people they mean to be in opposition, because mimi sitaki ati we have this presidential candidate, they are in opposition and then suddenly tusikie kuna wengine wamehama. I hope now we can say that these people they are stone fixed, they cannot change. So evil men, I hope there is no one of us here who follow our show here atawahi kuja hapa siku moja kutuambia ati I have now listened to Ruto and I think Ruto is a voice of reason. I don't think Ruto might ever reach a level where he becomes a voice of reason in Kenya. And I think his rejection should actually continue increasing. If there was a time when people should have reasons to reject Ruto is now. And I will explain why. Number one, right now, open poverty, hata yu maskini, it cannot be squared to him. Kenyans have not been this poor. During Kibaki watu walikuwa wanaona pesa, mkulima ako na pesa, hoka alikuanga na pesa. For the first time in the history of Kenya, this is the first time when Kenyans do not have money in their pocket. And it is courtesy of Ruto. This is the first time Kenyans do not have money in their pocket. And these are the things now which we have to keep on ironing out and telling Kenyans that we cannot support evil men who are destroying our nation. We don't need to safeguard this nation for us, but we need to safeguard this nation for the future generations. And that is the reason why some of us, we burn this midnight oil here. Si ati tunakuja hapa because we don't have things which we need to do. I'm just from somewhere. I was doing a lot of things. Even without resting, I need to show you these things ili mujue some of the things which we do. I have not even rested ama kufanya chochote. Even without resting. Nimekuja tu hapa, wacha tu niwaoneshe unajua. Na nguo yangu hapa, nikaekelea hapa kwa kiti with my reflector jacket. Na mfuko hapa. This one. And with my bag here. Without even taking water or anything. Na nikaingia kwa show mara moja. Na sio kwa kujitesa, because I know what we are doing here. That is what we are doing here. Like, we have to be here, whether we are busy or not, because we have to be crusaders of good act, with the hope that one day Kenyans will agree with what we are saying here. At times, watu wengine wananitafutanga wananiambia, you know, sometimes some of the things you nasikianga ukiongea kwa kipindi yako, that's why I refuse to subscribe. Sometimes I hear you saying things, I think you are not talking about Kenya. There is a guy who told me that, you know, sometimes I think that is not Kenya, man. My God. Anyway, guys, you know, maybe I'm talking about Uganda. I'm talking about Rwanda. Somebody, a friend of mine told me, hey, you know, I listened to your show, man. Is that Kenya you describe, really? Hey, no, man. Anyway, he's no longer my friend. He's no longer my friend. Jesus. Hey, bro. Yeah, the famous Brewers Tony PK. Hey, I listened to your show, man. Hey, you still unaongeanga uko ni Kenya wapi? Hey, sina unajua people are good. Watu wanatembea naona watu tao sijui nini. Hey, watu wako kwa mashamba yao. Hey, hiyo ni Kenya unaongeanga story yake? Ama uja update ama huko ni Kosovo unaongea story. My God, I hope pia wale wanasikiliza hapa, that is not your feeling like. Jesus Christ. Yeah. So Janet, I'm also turning to be a sociologist on the other line. So I'll be doing more of sociology than engineering. So I've interfaced that. So I'm now hooking much more towards kuna watu wananionyesha hapa tu wanashtuka sana, they didn't think like at mimi naongeleshanga chuma na mchanga na mawe. That's what I do for my day-to-day's work. I talk to metal. So but I'm turning more to sociology because I've come to realize that even if you focus on these things about talking to metal and you don't understand the psychology, your life is still very, very important. You are still very important in terms of thinking. So yeah, that's why I'm interfacing that. So I want to go much to social issues. Yeah, so sitaki kukua tu wale watu wanasemanga unajua hawaongeangi even when problems are happening, because and politics shapes everything. Politics will even determine who you will marry, by the way, for your information. Kama saa hii sababu hakuna pesa, there was a possibility, niseme hii kwa upole, there was a possibility ungekuwa na pesa ungepanda gari uende utoe bibi Rwanda, ama ungepanda gari uende mpaka Mtito wa Ndei in quote upatane na mtu yako huko. So that's what I'm saying, politics influences everything. It even influences how and who you marry. Kama una pesa sasa itabidi sasa uoe hapo Gaisanjiro hapo sasa. That is where hapo sasa itabidi sasa wewe ni mtu ya Gaisanjiro hapo. Itabidi uoe hapo Gaisanjiro sasa hapo. Ama Ndato. Ama uoe hapo Ndato sasa itabidi uoe hapo. Yeah, politics is, you don't have money, you can't go anywhere. Kama una mfuko na pia because you don't have money, kuna as a guy kuna wasichana huwezi ongelesha, so unakuwa relegated. Sasa unaanzia kusema hawa si wa ligi yangu, so unajiondoa wewe mwenyewe. Sasa wewe unaanzia sasa kusema sasa naweza ongea na hawa sasa, because money influences everything. Una pesa, so Kasongo is making you not get the wife you could have gotten if he was not there. Unajua sasa zingine nikisemanga hizi vitu people think as if I'm overstating. Actually, Ruto will make some Kenyans not get the wives they deserve, because you have gotten limitations which if you had good governance you could actually gotten the person you deserve. Now, that is part of now those are part of the psychological things. Sasa tunipike naanzia kuelewa when I now start to understand the effect of politics on our sphere. Kama saa hii kuna mtu ambaye if Ruto was not a president, huyo mtu angekuwa hai. Kuna mtu atakufa hii musimu because Ruto is a president. There is somebody who if he will meet his untimely death because Ruto became a president. So whether it is God's plan or not, I don't know to place it that way, but there is somebody who will not be able to see his 50th birthday because there is a man who will not be able to see his 76th birthday because Ruto became a president. How? Ruto came, he confused the NHIF, akakuwa na kitu inaitwa SHA, and unakuja unapata kaugonjwa kandogo which was not even meant to kill you, unapelekwa hospitali, wanasema huwezi ingizwa hospitali kama hujalipiwa. By the time tunaanza hey tufanye nini, by the time tunapigiana masimu ushakufa. So Jane Muringe and all the other people, poleni sana. Kasongo will even affect your life, including who will marry you or who married you, unfortunately. So wale ambao wanaoa between 2022 and 2027 naweza waambia mungoje. Naweza waambia mungoje wale wanaoa 2022 na hii msimu hii, it's a very unreal time. This is very unreal time. Kwa nini Gachagua hatumiangi no, we will reach there. That's why you know, Jane, we are trying to shape this. And I didn't know that by this watu wanafuata hii show yetu sana, but the unfortunate part ni many people who are following our show, they are telling me that our show is very complex. I don't know why. Atuongei siasa ya Kenya. I don't know, maybe watu wanataka siasa ya that is the feedback which I'm getting from people. Watu wananiambia like we are a bit complex, like zile vitu tunaongea hapa ni kama hawaelewi. Ukasema really? Yani tumeshindwa na kucommunicate, we have no capacity ya kuongea na raia. So I think Stony PK maybe itabidi muanzie kupunguza lugha, because those are some of the complaints I'm getting from people that our show is complex. Ati hatueleweki. I don't know, maybe I need I get feedbacks from people, so I've gotten that feedback from people. Watu wananiambia hatueleweki, ati like we are, I don't know, but Stony PK, I got that feedback ati watu wanasema ati show zetu ni ngumu sana, ati people cannot understand. Hata sasa nikashindwa sasa. Anyway, I don't know. So like our rhetoric, people cannot understand our rhetoric. So I don't know. It's a feedback, and actually said nitawaambia. So maybe there are people who can help us here, maybe to simplify our show. But there are some people who are complaining that our show are difficult. So Stony PK, do you understand those people who are saying show zetu ni ngumu wanamaanisha nini? Stone, are you there? Ama niendelee? Yeah, I think Stone amefreeze. Yeah. So ati Janet anasema ati ndilo, not only a wife, believe me, most people are sick for not eating healthy food ni kubaya. Of course, and that one will affect your longevity. Yeah, will affect your longevity. Hiyo ita affect maisha yako. So when I tell you that so kuna mtu ambaye angefikisha miaka 70 lakini hatafikisha, and the reason why hataweza kufikisha hiyo miaka ni sababu Kasongo alikuja akakuwa rais wake. Hakuna mtu anajua maisha yake, but we are not doing well as a nation. There are so many psycho effects which are happening. So let me see what Jenny is saying. Pia we Muringe, you need to tell me that people are claiming that our show is very complex. I don't know how well we need to communicate. I've tried to communicate the simplest way possible, and I know many people here complicate the simplest way possible. Yeah, other than Bwana Neutral, who I know tunapatanaga these days, ananiita ananiita Bwana Ice, na nilisema nitakujibu hapa. So Bwana Neutral, yes, I'm Mr. Ice. And na pia nitaonesha hapa what Bwana Ojinga said today, because I was also following. So that's why I'm trying to say that we have now to start understanding how these men are operating, and why we need to start rejecting them. Escape from evil, because we have now to start now educating Kenyans how they need to start escaping evil. A man cannot be squeezing you dry and you are talking of him. Yeah, I know Bwana Neutral, we differ in so many other places, but at the Kifika story ya Kenya, we agree Kasongo ni mbaya. I wish we can align in reasoning, but it looks ni kama ni Yesu atakuja kutushikanisha, but ni sawa. Karibu, let me give you a chance to talk. Ili uone eyes si wabaya sana.
Bwana Ice, habari yako?
Jema kabisa, na nitakuweka pingu ukicheza. And by the way, I met with Ice guys and we talked. It's not that maybe 1 minute. I met with the Ice people as I was going to the supermarket, and we talked and hawakuniambia chochote. Yes, so nikawasalimia, and yeah, nikawasalimia. So you know what is happening is this, Bwana Neutral, and I don't know why, like people are finding it difficult to do this. If a government officer or a police, somebody who is trying to maintain law and order, like they ask you for your documentation, I don't see the reason why you should not give it out, or you should not give your. I give my documentation all the time. Some of them have even asked me about my visa status, and I tell them. And I've not seen anyone who is trying to attempt to deport me. So it doesn't mean. We have all forms of immigrants in America. There are those people who we have different visa classifications. So as long as your documentation is good, you have not overstayed your visa, I don't think ICE wanakuona tu naona. I've met with them. I met with them in the Canadian border 2 times. They asked my documentation. I met with them in the Canadian border 2 times. I used to go to Winnipeg there. I've met them here in supermarkets, Walmart, siku hizi unapatana hata na wao kwa supermarket. I meet with them. Na tunaongea. So these people are human beings, but the problem which we have is the Kenyan model ya kuogopa polisi. You know the Kenyan model or the African model, ukiona polisi unakimbia. So tuko na hiyo kasuba ya polisi analeta shida, but we have to understand the Western culture. Ni vile nimeileta tu so that neutral to help you understand this. The Westerners have diffused that problem where like they want you to cooperate with the police. Even me, while I was operating in Kenya, tulikuwa tunaona polisi tunakimbia. We used to. I don't know if that one stopped where ukiona polisi unakimbia, but sometimes watu wanakimbia because hao mapolisi saa zingine wanakuletea shida. They can do. Yeah, so I've met with ICE severally, and they didn't bother me. I actually talked with them very nice. We talk. I even congratulate them. Na umeenda. So now I congratulate them and I tell them continue doing what you're doing. Yeah, thank you for keeping the nation safe. So as long as this ICE guy is not part of insecurity, I don't mind him, because I know Western societies without police, they would be dangerous. There are too many people who want to commit crime, and they also, because some of them feel like maybe America has done a bad thing to them, so they think they can come and revenge right in their soil. So I understand the reason why these people at times they need that security among themselves. So just cooperate with those guys. I'm saying this for the people, whichever your status as an immigrant, ukikutana na ICE, usijifanye mujeuri. Just cooperate with them. I've met with them like 10 times, and we talk. So these ICE people are not demonic as people are trying to say. I've met with them. Hata nimejipeleka wao kwa border. I've gone to them. Even na watu wengi sana walikuwa wanajaribu, hey bana, hao watu watakudeport bana. But for me, I believe if my documentation is good, I don't think if I don't have a visa in America, I'll be interested in staying in America. I will just take myself to the airport and niende nyumbani. So I'm not that guy who is interested in. I also had some visas from other countries, and when they expired, I just left. So for me, I don't believe kujisukumilia pahali. The problem which we are having, and I have to say it here, ni watu wengine, they have gone to America, they have overstayed their visas are not active, or some of them they went to America to do education, they never did education, walienda wakapotea, wengine walikuja graduation wakapotea, and now when there is a regime which is trying to fall on that, they are saying that regime is evil. It is not evil. They are trying to check their borders, which is okay. They are not saying that if your papers are bad, you don't belong to America. I think that is a miscommunication people are giving, and I needed to say this. I'm not supporting the regime. I'm not their crusader. They have their willpower to do whatever they are doing. And actually, the same people who are working for them, they also worked for the other previous regimes. Like that, Tom Hoffman. So please, if you meet with ICE, cooperate. I'm saying that because I meet with them all the time, and na tunapitana. Yes, tunapitana. I give them my driver license. Wanaangalia. They just see this is just an ordinary immigrant. Huyu ni mtu tu ametoka kwao tu juu ya mashida. Yeah, so they don't care. By the way, they don't care about you. I don't know why people think like the only thing mzungu anatafutana nayo ni anakutafuta. Yes, I don't deny there are those idiot anaweza kuwa anakutafuta, but I don't think you are too small. One man ati sasa ati ni mimi wanatafuta. I don't know, unajua saa zingine tunajifanyanga wakubwa, it's like we are doing. I don't think like ati. I don't think like ati wananitafuta. So hata kama wananitafuta, so what? So in any case, I love my country, by the way. Even if they decided to deport me one day, I will not care. I will not care. I love my country. I will not care. Even if they say like huyu mtu lazima tumudeport. You go with grace. You go with grace and say, okay, ni sawa. I got an opportunity. I have been with them for this number of few years. They don't need me. Anyway, unajua saa zingine kuna mtu anasema huyu jamaa anaongea anasema nini? Yeah, Janet, they are everywhere. I meet with them. That's what I'm saying. I meet with them. There's a day when I did a drive of around 700 miles. I did a drive of around 700 miles. So I meet with them like let me tell you, in this life, as long as you can explain yourself, and some of us unajua tunajulikana mpaka na accent. Ukiongea tu hivi tu wewe ushajulikana. No, Belfast, I have to tell you the straight thing. You know, kama makaratasi yako haiko sawa, let's stop pretending. I'm also hearing Kenyans are also saying wale wa Somalia wanatoka Somalia wako na makaratasi. We have now started the same language. Although Belfast anasema wote wakuje, it doesn't care whether wako na makaratasi ama hawana. I heard you said it the other day. Yeah. So wacha tuache hii maneno. Let me tell you, by the way, deportation is not bad. If you deserve deportation, well and good. Even if that deportation, even if the mimi, unajua saa zingine people do not believe what I say saa zingine. Yeah. Mi saa zingine, there was a time when I needed to get punished. This is who I am. There was a day when I needed to get punished. Na nikaambiwa sababu umefanya hivi, this one needs to happen to them. To happen to you. Nikamwambia ni sawa. I think I've done a mistake. I deserve the punishment. Ndio mtu akaniangalia hivi. If I deserve the punishment, I deserve the punishment. So if I've done something evil and I need punishment, I'm ready to get that punishment. I'm ready. I've done evil. So why mbona najitetea? So you have done this thing, and according to this thing you are supposed to do this. Yeah. I will not even look for a lawyer. I will not. Na sitasema nawekelewa. So I'm one of those people who I don't challenge something which has happened to me. I don't challenge. If especially I've committed that. And I will give the example of that. I will give an example. You know, I like giving personal examples. Yeah, this is what I did. I'm not supposed to talk in the car when I'm driving. Especially kama na drive gari ya kazi. So usifai kuongea na simu. I'm saying then so all the AI attributes in that car recorded me. And actually I picked that call for around hiyo simu nilipick for 3 seconds. Nitakupigia. That's all what I told that person. I will call you. I'll call you. I think the call, I was being criminalized for a call of 4 seconds. I have to tell you this because I like talking about this because so na kuna rules and regulation. If you do this, 1 day suspension, no pay. I'm saying this because it happened to me. But you can appeal. You can say you can appeal. So okay. So mimi nikakuja sasa the system ikatoa hiyo violation. So system kutoa hiyo violation, so nikaambua hiyo violation ni. Then huyo mzungu akaniambia unataka kujitetea? Nikamwambia no. Just give me the punishment. I'm ready. Yeah, so I was punished. I finished my punishment. Na nikarudi. So and it became a learning example for everybody. So I don't understand the reason why people are not ready to suffer from their own mistakes, what they have done. We are not ready to suffer from what we have done. I don't understand. But anyway, it might be my mentality, but that is my mentality. That is how I have been captured, and that's how I am capturing myself. I'm ready to suffer if I do something wrong. Yes, Belfast, endelea.
Hey, hey. Nimeingia hapo Mr. Ice ukanitupa hapo within 15 minutes of me saying nothing.
You know, mimi siwezi
You have to
kutupa,
learn
you
the
know.
etiquette of hizi podcast man.
No,
Kwanza vile huwa unatoroka usitoroke leo.
No, I'm you know, I've realized that our show is very helpful to you. And I've realized that every time nikitoroka, there is something important you are missing from us. So for the purposes of shaping your monology, I have decided to be remaining here for the sake of you.
Kwanza mtu ashakwambia hapo feedback ati mnatumia ile Kiingereza ile kubwa kabisa ile kizungu ya Philip Ochieng.
Yeah, people have told me that we are not communicating. That's what people are telling me. That's the feedback I got. So itabidi sasa mkuje sasa, hata ukikuja hapo uanzie kuongea sasa, ile Kijaruo imejikatakata.
So are they saying that we are not communicating because they do not, and that's why they cannot come to the studio, or they just can't come to the studio because they cannot communicate? Because if you go by what Philip Ochieng used to say, he said, "It is not my problem that you don't understand me. Go and start finding out information, research things, don't be lazy, and read books. If you don't have to read books, just talk to people, get information, and share or understand." That's what Philip Ochieng used to say with all his bombastic words. But he said that it is not his duty to write articles to educate people how to communicate. Same thing here. Hiyo si shida yako. Mtu kama anataka kwenda kutwak kule kwa TikTok, awatch watu wakitwak, hiyo ndio pale aende.
wanasema yes, they agree we need to get Ruto out, but what they are claiming is that we need to simplify our language. They understand that. So that's why
I agree.
I needed help from people. Watu waniambia like how do we
I agree.
become simpler?
I agree, but simplifying our language or your language will not get Ruto out of power. You know this. Now,
no. I don't. I'm a very positive man because I believe in the power of words. I believe we are getting Ruto out of power. I believe in positive energy because ukianzia kukuja kuniweka hiyo negative energy hapa, I don't believe.
Umeshaanza sasa hizo umeshaanza hizo ati negative energy, positive energy. That doesn't make sense. Let's go straight to the point, okay? Next door, Uganda have had a so-called election.
It doesn't matter. We will disapprove it.
And then what? The man will be in power for forever.
We are doing the right thing. We have our candidates. We have the people. We have the process. The process has to define. Uganda walikata mpaka internet. So tunataka Ruto akianzia na kukata internet. Question number 1 hapo. We need a verifiable election. The Ugandan one is not verifiable, but no one is bothered. And we cannot get bothered for them. Washakubali na ni sawa. So wacha ya Kenya ipike, wa attempt hiyo sasa, we start doing our things. Yeah, so
okay, let me give you some comparisons.
First of all, can you confirm to me that Ruto is going? You cannot come and tell us ati najua jamaa. Si mimi sijui.
Officially, people would have managed to remove him through the ballot. Officially, they are going to rig. So you know this, and I know this. When you have an election which is conducted by ballot papers that are being imported every 5 years or 4 years, you know that is a disaster. You start with that. Only that is enough to inform you that the elections will be rigged, because it is the statecraft that will import those ballot papers, not the opposition, not candidates in the rural, that would like to stand as MCAs and MPs. This is the first major problem. And this is not about negative energy or positive energy. This is just a fact that we have for so many years. So it is easy, even if it was Raila Odinga or any other leader who was in power right now, it is very easy to confine Kenyans to people who just wake up at 5 in the morning to go and vote, but their ballot will not count. We have sat here for a long, long time, even in the previous Mutembei show, and we were trying to find out what is the best way. So I don't think it is possible to remove Ruto from power if we still have a system that is weak. The only way, the only possibility of removing him from power without force is if those people that he is going to buy to stand, because there's going to be many candidates who will split the votes, including 1 or 2 genuine opposition candidates, will be bought. And that then will make so many votes to be transferred, to be broken into, which they can say they are the legitimate president, Ruto's team, because they can say the opposition is divided. So the opposition, I hope, can empower people in a way they did in 2002. If this does not happen, then we just accept that the elections will be rigged. If we had that opposition of 2002, I swear, there is nothing Ruto can do. Nothing. Because you hear people now like Matiang'i, the former Chief Justice, you have Kalonzo Musyoka, you have Rigathi. Okay, let's just assume that in Rigathi's side, they are going to do some kind of nominations, and then the opposition will choose one candidate. But then there will be that candidate who will be up and about, bought by Ruto. But because they are going to rig the elections, they will pretend, they will tell us that, you guys were divided anyway. You know that theory of Kalonzo's votes of 2007, even though people knew that Kibaki lost, but there's that theory, PNU would have said, lakini si, Kalonzo had many votes that could have gone to ODM if they had not split up. To me, this is the only way for the opposition to win these elections outright. Yani, kuna wile candidate moja, and there's nothing else that can be done. Yani, there's no way he can come and fool people or poison the opposition by spending so much money to buy leaders so that the opposition is divided. I will tell you now, honestly, I do not think that the Rift Valley vote and Nyanza vote can make a huge difference if the opposition is united. I do not think so. Because right now, in Nyanza, I hear that people have decided to dislodge their MPs in the same way, for example, in Central Province, most MPs are usually one term. And I hear that now in Nyanza, people are trying to repackage their constituencies. If that is the case, then we can say that the opposition might even be stronger. But what I know is that Rift Valley and Nyanza, people are saying at Northeastern, oh, okay, that's another form of rigging that is going to come through Northeastern. That's going to be the new Tharaka-Nithi. I believe that the opposition should stop messing about at the moment, the way they're calling each other names. This is that is what now people will start identifying as those clowns who have been bought by Ruto. And these things are real. We are Kenyans, we know these things have been happening for a long time. So I hope that the strength of the opposition does not weaken by the way the opposition are behaving right now. I watched a short clip of ODM party leaders, officials, and some politicians there in Western Kenya the other day, marketing ODM. It was terrible to watch, because I didn't take them seriously at all. These people, they know that their constituents are saying enough is enough. The alternatives that we have, for me, is not someone like Babu Owino. I find that if that is what is going to divide the opposition, because Babu Owino, if he decides to go in with the opposition, then it's very unfortunate, because we don't need people who have a mass following, but it's a divisive following. No, we don't need that. They have to find someone who is a bit calm and as a force of people behind him or her. Someone right now in Kenya, even track record doesn't matter. Right now, your moral standing does not even matter, and that's why you can find like someone like Mr. Fred Matiang'i or Dr. Matiang'i can come back as a person who has been sanitized. Saizi ako very clean. Wakati ule sijui watu waliuawa walikuwa wengi kwa ile serikali ya Uhuru. Hizo zote tumesahau. So what I'm saying is that in the opposition ranks, it does not matter if you have done this or that. The fact that you have done this or that, but you are not as bad as Ruto. That is the fact. So if they can work with that trend in their mind and somehow manage to sell it to the public, they will win these elections outright. Over to you, Stony.
Thank you Ndugweli. Again, huyu engineer, wewe mtu wa kamjeshi ni aje? You are not monitoring your discussions. Wewe ndio moderator. You are not monitoring bana. Takuja hapa kutuuliza maswali ingine na tusha deliberate. Have you monitored daily? Na ameongea vitu zingine za nguvu sana. Because why ninaingilia my engineer here? Mtu wangu wa mkono is, you know, I don't want to spend time here like we've spent before without ule jamaa wetu pande ile alikuwa anaita msururu. Msururu is a continuous something. Yani unaweza ifuata upate kichwa, unafuata nyuma unapata tail. Now what we are trying to do here, it's not lamentations. We are suggesting to these people, because Njiru was laughing one day, sijui ilikuwa ni podcast gani tulikuwa tunafanya. I was so mad with our people, wale wako opposition. I was saying it is the high time they engage a team of thinkers. Wawapatie hiyo job just to think for them. Njiru akaniambia, elaborate, what do you mean bana? These people have brains. Nikamwambia, not everyone who has brain uses it to think. Thinking is nikazi. And for those of us who are fairly exposed, we know that even organizations have a team whose work, I'm using simplest language. There are other technical languages they use, few different organizations call it differently, but me naitumia in the simplistic manner to communicate as you had indicated earlier. Ati watu wa kufikiria kwa kikwetu kimbere and magu ishiria. Yani wewe unaamka asubuhi 8 o'clock, unakunywa chai, you begin to think about a project that you have. It's different from somebody telling you I'm a doctor so and I know what I'm doing. That is very different. Huyu mubaba ambaye anaenda kukamua hiyo ng'ombe, saa ile anakamua hivi churu. What is running in his mind? A thinker will not even be realizing hiyo ndoo ikijaa maziwa, because a thinker has a subject, something serious is thinking about. Labda anafikiria hii maziwa nikiuza by the end of the week hii pesa nitafanya nini. That's a thinker. Okay, in other organization inaitwa ideation. So for us, this program, we want to contribute to these people so that they can be able to start thinking seriously. Na hili umeindicate hii kitu. It is there for the opposition to win. It is there. But are we really thinking of how to get this win? Bearing in mind all what we have listed, the rigging, the what, you've seen what has happened in Uganda and all that. That's why I'm saying thinking is key. Because in thinking, you do what if, kama zote. Na unazipatia solution. Ikifanyika hivi, tutadu hivi. Ikifanyika hivi, tutadu hivi. Unazicheki zote toto hapo, if you really want to win. And there is no way in thinking people leave it to God. Sorry, I'd have to put this very clearly. Because it is not God that will come to stop Ruto from rigging. Hapana. So, whenever you are saying this, usipatie position hiyo, and sasa basi hapo tutaachia Mungu. Mungu aachiagwi. Mungu anaulizagwa. Mungu huyu mtu amekuja amebeba sword. God, mimi nataka kubeba bunduki. Nipe nguvu. Then you are talking. But you don't just say, huyu mtu sasa nimesikia atakuja amebeba sini, atakuja amebeba nyundo, sasa Mungu, mimi utanipa tu nguvu, sina la kufanya. You will be killed. You will perish. And that will be the end of you. Now, let me come back to what you have expressed very serious issues here, Ellie. You know, you've told us about a candidate being bought and all that, which is obvious. It will happen. Okay? Now, akina Babu, we know. They will come here thinking that they're gonna win, meaning I'm popular. I was watching one of the interviews here, wakiwa na JKL. The confidence in that young man is overwhelming. He has forgotten who Ruto is. He's saying, oh, the opinion poll is showing that 90 sijui ngapi percent he should go for presidency, sijui nini nini. Nikaona hii ni utoto. Utoto tupu. Sorry to use those terms. Of
Did
course, I
you
respect Babu.
did you hear? I think it was the Jeff Koinange interview.
Yeah,
Him and Dindi. Alafu,
JKL. I even sent my comments there. You know, they read two of them. Yeah, you know,
okay.
I found two nursery school kids playing in front of A-level boys. I mean, that's how I would equate.
Well, hapo
You know,
kwanza nilisikia Babu akisema ati you know, sometimes these journalists, even them, they are funny. They allowed Babu Owino to say that he has received over 8 million emails and texts from
at the inbox, yeah, inbox, yeah, surely. And Jeff was there saying yes, yes, yes. Jeff Atayamed, I think he's expired as well. How do you maintain such kind of nonsense in a very serious, highly watched Nini? I expected Jeff to guide, but he was overwhelmed, overjoyed, saying, "Yeah, yeah, you are the people, you are young, you are the best." They could be mediocre. These two people, give them president of this country. You will see the worst you've ever seen. Mutaanza ku regret because I know what inexperience means. I know personally. I know we've had very young people being given CEO positions, and what you see is mediocrity. There is no, you see, youthness or youthfulness is not what determines excellence. Never. It has never. It doesn't. And that's why I don't want Kenyans to start saying, you know, the young people, the young people. No, it is the brains and then exposure and experience. Those three Kenyans, please, tushike hiyo. We have youth, we have old people that are mediocre. And we have old people that are superb. Look at all the world economies. We have young people that are super, sterling, and we have young people that are nonsense. Kwani Jalango, how old is Jalango? I mean, you know, Kenyans tuache hii. Every mtu akifungua mdomo, you know, so and so is young. So as if young is the certificate to excellence. Never. It has never been. I have a team of young people in my whatever I do, and some of them are mediocre. Some can't even write a two paragraph to explain or to even make a day's report of what they have done. Then you tell me such kind of what is it? You see, I don't want us to sink into that, thinking that oh, we need young people to do X, Y, Z. Apana, it is because we have young people that are corrupt. Hawa jamaa wa Kisii anaitwa nani? Huyu Mkisii very corrupt totally. UDA anaitwa nani huyu? Eli, this young man here anaitwa not Arati, this other guy. I even forget his
anaitwaje huyu alichapwa na nani na Simba
na Simba kwa stage. That idiot of a guy. Sasa unaniambia mtu kama huyo ati sasa huyo
lawyer, I can't hata simkumbuki jina lakini is a lawyer.
Yeah, you know, by the way, Ellie, you'll be shocked these people calling themselves lawyers and all these kind of degrees people are saying they are holding. And unajua Kenya education na hizi ma certificates ziliisha over 15-20 years ago. Nobody, you know, the advantage iko questionable. You know, people graduating, they've never attended any lecture and all that. And, you know,
huyu jamaa anaitwa nafikiri naitwa Osoro.
By the way, I don't really, not with all due respect, when you come and introducing to me, number one, two things I don't listen to is, oh, unajua mimi nimeokoka, nilifanya hivi. I immediately block my ears. So whatever you say, I pretend to be listening, but I'm not listening. Number two, unakuja unaanza kuniambia vile wewe ni msomi. Hiyo nayo pia mimi nafunga because mimi nataka kusikia what you do, what you are doing. Don't start telling me, oh, mimi nimesoma, mimi ni professor, nimefanya. Those people who come with those as opening paragraphs of their presentations are useless. That I've researched and I know. Because why are you telling me?
Manu Shandaria used to walk into meetings and no security. He walks into situations and people just thought he was just some Indian man who owns a shop down the road.
Yes.
Ule man
Yes.
Mushandaria, a
Yeah,
billionaire.
the one who has built KU to what it is. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yes, I do agree with your sentiments, but I wanted to ask you about this opposition format. What are they going to do? Because to me, the biggest problem we have at the moment is the fact that, Ruto can even buy all of them, all the opposition. Because these people, when the young youth revolution started, alafu watu waliuawa. Unajua, unakumbuka vile MPs walikuwa wananyamba huku na huku hivi, they went under the basement ya parliament. Wengine walikuwa wanakimbia na wanaingia kwa ambulance. The shock they had at that time. Alafu all those things has ebbed away. They have gone back to their default settings. They're the same people that we know, and that is how they are going to con wananchi in the prelude to the elections. So in effect, what can Kenyans do which is different to deny these people the chance of working with Ruto behind the scenes?
Let me come there.
When I spoke here one time about a serious opposition which not only involves the experienced leaders, but some young people who have become very angry, like Eric Omondi. People said he's a comedian. Okay, and we know some comedians have failed us. People like this guy Jalango, and this chap who's a MPCG for Dagoretti CG where John Kiare. So these people have messed us up, but that doesn't mean that we cannot look to put pressure on some of the young people who are very angry with the system to launch a campaign, especially in the rural areas, so they can deny those MPs who are always coming back to parliament and they're doing rubbish. They can deny them that opportunity. What are we going to do in those terms? Haya ya mwisho swali pia, hii kitu inaitwa diaspora and the diaspora vote. This thing is not working because in every elections it increases by only about 3,000 pounds, 3,000 votes, eligible votes, the diaspora. This time I think it was 6,000 and something in 2022. The previous time, only around 3,000 to 4,000 votes were counted totally in the diaspora. And it was the only elections that have never been rigged by the count. The one of Uhuru against Raila and Ruto against Raila. So those are the things I'm worried about at the moment, because the diaspora vote is big, but no one is even talking about it right now. Haya, Sante.
Okay, Eli, let me begin with the diaspora. Going to answer your other question. Diaspora, we've never, so far, in my own opinion, these are personal, don't PK. Yeah? When I studied the support and everything about diaspora, I have come to a conclusion that diaspora is such a power that can make things change. Like I've I have colleagues from other countries who have formed whatever diaspora, whatever, and they have really influenced things in their country. Kenya's diaspora has not influenced anything politically. Yet the potential is huge. I always give the example of the hand grenade when I want to describe about Kenyan diaspora. The hand grenade is nothing until you pull off that pin. Ikiwa pin bado iko on, hata ukitupa hapo mnaweza icheza kama tennis ball. In quotes. So diaspora is so heavy, potent, but pulling and plucking that pin is the formula we don't have. Hatuna, because ask diaspora, what is it that they have ever influenced in that country other than hii kusifiwa, oh, tunatuma pesa nini nini nini, but one single direct influence that people can feel, wow, hapa ni noma. I'm challenging diaspora this time around. We have to focus. We have to focus where our effort is going. Because I realize in some things you find diaspora, they can quickly support maneno kabisa kabisa, and it happens, but very scattered. And you know, when the energy is spread all over, then it doesn't even have an impact. So for me, I always suggest as to PK, diaspora has to decide, do we want to have even, for example, support candidates from all wherever? Do we want to support a candidate from whatever, at whatever position or level? Do we pick one of the candidates that is very probable, and we shed off some of those comments that we have? Because as I keep on saying, and earlier you have indicated, hakuna candidate utapata 100%. Bobo Wino is getting all those accolades. Yes, he attempted to kill a very innocent person out of garbage. And the temperamental situation. Is that the kind of a leader you really would want? Of course, I know he has matured, he has regretted, he has done that and that and that. But there are some activities you do in life that will linger with you all along. You'll have to do a lot of work to really show that you can never do that kind of a thing anymore. And I'm happy the way he reacted when they met with this other Mukora, when they were arguing in the bar hapo anafanya hiyo. So for me, any leaders who confront themselves at that level is an X for me. I put you on the side. Because knowing at the position you are at, you should now start to know how to manage yourself. Because that is what you are supposed to do. When you give you presidency, you will be provoked to the highest order. The provocative level will be just too much. Hey, Fiti. Oh, nilala bana. Nilikuja nikakuita sikukuona. Ulikataa ulikuwa umelala kabisa. Ngoja na kama oh, sorry Eli.
Acha nikwambie.
Yes.
Unaona, I cannot remember which country tried this. It was some African country. So I think it's a country in West Africa where majority, the diaspora people were putting pressure on local voters back home. And they were saying radical things like, musipofanya hivi kwa hii election, sisi tumekataa, atutumi pesa. You know, it might sound like a joke, but in economic terms, money that comes from abroad from Kenyans is big money, which actually, unless it's I don't know, I'm not talking about the laundered money, but I'm talking money that comes from Kenyans. Hii tuseme, hakuna kitu inakuja huko. We can say that even maybe the last 2 months before the elections. And we can say that many months before the elections in terms of voter registration. But the last 2 months or the last month before the election, tuseme wewe, sisi tunawambia, and this thing goes to the press. It's like a press release as well. where a team of Kenyans in the diaspora, they will release that statement and say, you vote for Ruto, or you do this, Yani, we can even say, if Ruto comes back to power, and now we are saying whether he rigs it or not, kwendeni huko kabisa kabisa. Hakuna pesa inatumwa nyumbani. We freeze. Just the way IMF, World Bank, they freeze the loans. As we freeze the money that goes to Kenya. Watu wamekataa kabisa kulipa. Nanjiru, usicheke, hii ni ukweli. Hii ni plan ambayo ishafanyika in some country in West Africa, where they said, hey, if you joke, if you return this fellow to power, amuoni pesa. Watu wa diaspora wakisema hivyo. Njiru, what do you think? Because this is a serious, I'm telling you, my brothers, desperate times like this, lazima tujaribu any possible avenue that can help our people. Na unajua vile watu wa nyumbani huwa ukiwaambia situmi pesa yani mwili natetemeka huko, unasikia mtu anajikojolea ati tafadhali tutumieni. Hata wale wafanya kazi ambao uko nao huko pia watasikia vibaya sana. Tuseme hata ni wale watu ambao wanakufanyia kazi huko kwa project yako ama project zenu, unawaambia tu kinagaubaga, nyinyi mkifanya hivi sahau kabisa, hakuna pesa. Shauri yenu. What do you think?
Yeah, let me finish my. I was trying to follow some of the comments you made. Yeah, and I'll also go there. So I was trying to say that the potential of diaspora, which you have now, but you have addressed, the potential of Kenyan diaspora is huge, but it has to be well organized, and then there has to be visibility. Visibility is like this. We can pick the candidate we feel is getting more traction on the ground. What would be wrong to even have a special funding to support that candidate, whether it is in terms of your visibility, in terms of these rallies, you have that Kenyan diaspora support for XYZ. Like when we were doing for Azimio, watu walikuwa wanafanya chini ya maji, which I was so mad about. Why do you want to go chini ya maji and you are surely you know who you are supporting? If you are supporting Stone PK, why are you shy from saying diaspora for Stone PK, diaspora for so and so? Such that when you have that big rally, you have that big track there. Like Amzmio was struggling with even PA system, most annoying thing. And this is where I had very big issues with Raila and his team. With all the money, the funding, no wonder it has come to Hound and it has come to exactly what Agnes Don PK was saying. Kuna pesa, munaenda mnanunua second hand things, such that mko mashinani, even communication, your equipment is breaking down, and hakuna kitu most annoying, like you are trying to address in a public rally, now it is about the breakdown, and it irritates the listeners. They even start walking away. It's an example I'm giving. Okay, that you have a, what they call your trail when you are on the road show. Then you have tracks that are breaking down on the road and all that because of what? Ulipeana pesa ikakuliwa, watu wakachukua some junk track to do this kind of a thing. Even your presentation matters a lot. So why wouldn't, for example, diaspora decide that we must have this presidential candidate, we must have maybe uko mashinani, we have a few MCAs here and there, a few MPs here and there, and all that. And then we put that visibility. We have one of our own, one of the diaspora people running those, physically running those campaigns, such that he or she is given chance to say what the voice of the diaspora is in every meeting. Yani watu wanasikia, ana Amerika wamesema, Europe wamesema, Australia wamesema, Wakenya living in ugaibuni wanasema. na akiongea hapo anaongea openly, anasema tumesema hivi, kama nyinyi wananchi hamfanyi hivi na hivi na hivi, ile hela yote hao watu huwa wanatuma huku nini na nini, wamesema watu. That thing is supposed to be communicated direct na lugha inayoeleweka. No wonder tunaambiwa we don't communicate here because kizungu mingi tunaongea hapa, who are we talking to? And that's the challenge, by the way. I'm happy imekuja mpaka kwa channel ya Njiru because it is down there. It's something I've been singing for the last 3 years. Nilikuwa nasema hata hizi interviews zinafanywa na CNN na not CNN, hizo local national TVs at Citizen and all that. You have people seated there, kizungu mingi, and they are saying they are communicating to Kenyans, and you hear them saying, you know, Kenyans are not supposed to do this. Who are Kenyans? Kenyans are the villagers. Achana na hao watu wa matai na tugari twao tudogo hapa na tu bedroom. Mashinani ndio inasema talk on the language that those Mashinani people can understand. Then I come to this one candidate being bought by Ruto and all this kind of a thing. It is upon us now to educate the voter that we think so and so. Na tunasema majina. You know, people are, and that's why sometimes in like Kashagwa, although naye anawekwa uoga, anasema wazi, accuse. Sema we suspect so and so is a candidate who has been brought to us. Wanasema is a kawilibaro. I like that. Let me say, Eli, you are a spoiler here. Tunajua wewe ni Waruto. Then you defend yourself. See ati kusema you have to respect people's rights. No, if I think you've been sent here to study us and destroy us, I should say it in public. It's up to you to prove you are not. Okay? And I should continue singing the gospel until I am convinced that you are on our side. Si maneno ya kusema ati unajua, and you have to state it very clearly to wananchi. Tunaambia huyu mtu tuna suspect hayuko na sisi kwa sababu 1, 2, 3, 4. And that is what I would want opposition to start doing. Whoever they are suspecting that hayuko na sisi, ako na interest za Ruto, anaanikwa mchana peupe. And I'm appealing this to Kalonzo, for example, Martha, for example, because who will take you to jail any for saying, I think Stone PK is not genuine. Huu ni mkora wa Ruto. Utanipeleka kotini nichajiwe na nini? Defamation gani? Nitakuanika, nitasema I think Eddie is not with us is because number 1, 1, 2, 3, because you must be having some reasons why you think that he is not singing the same chorus with the opposition. Lazima. Like for example, let's say the truth. When people accuse Matiang'i, number 1, for me, I don't really care about what people say that it happened when he was in the government, sijui ati watu walikufa, because nobody has come to prove about those deaths and all that, because even Ruto, the government itself right now, if those things were really serious, Ruto should have put an inquiry to incriminate Matiang'i and the rest, if it's really, really, really genuine that people died and watu waliuliwa na serikali wakawekwa Rivayala. Okay? I mean, we saw hii ingine ilikuwa huku ya religious thing. Why Rivayala has never come out? Which families are these that lost people at Rivayala? Why have they not come out? You know, these are things I would want, you know, because we have used that narrative, and every time nobody even wants to bring things to fore. Okay, so sometimes in Mezita hogwash, and sorry for any families that may have lost those people, but I don't think it is anything. It is neither here nor there, personally, because for me, if I had lost somebody at Rivayala, I would be able to say that. And who has proven that maybe some of those are not Stone PK wamekosana na Eliki business, and then I do my own things. You know, so I don't even hold Matiang'i any responsible for that. So for me, I don't accuse Matiang'i on anything that until it will be brought. Because, for example, there is this government that has come. They should have set a commission or something to prove Matiang'i, the government of Uhuru Kenyatta, Ruto, Matiang'i, that people died in Rivayala. Why have they not come up? So that actually exonerates Matiang'i. Okay, My problem with Matiang'i is because I suspect Uhuru. By him associating with Uhuru and going in Uhuru's party, ninakuwa na tumbo joto because I don't trust Uhuru in terms of the revolution that we want in Kenya. Why? Because number one is a dynasty who wants to protect his wealth and all that. And I don't trust him just the way I didn't trust Raila. All along, even when I was supporting Raila, I knew he was one of the dynasties. They have some things they have acquired wrongly and all that. So I did not put my heart there 100%. Yeah. Okay. So that is my big problem. Same thing with Gachagua. I would not really feel like Gachagua is the savior because on one side he was overwhelmingly supporting Ruto and all that, and and knowing that people who go on Ruto's side ni wale wanaenda protection of what they have done, the deals they have done and all that. Hakuna mtu ameenda kwa Ruto akiwa side. So Gachagua ninakuanga na develop cold feet because of him not being honest that he went to Ruto, not because of the Bible he talks about that Ruto convinced him and all that. Because Ruto was Gachagua was in this country when Ruto did what he did 2007. So there I don't find genuineness, and it makes me develop cold feet towards. I look at Gachagua with a lot of suspicion, and when Gachagua will turn to Ruto, I'll not be surprised because they have a different interest that Mwananchi doesn't have. Protection of their ill-gotten wealth. Okay. Now, who are we left with? We are left with some of these people that we feel are not good. We are left with people like Massa. We are left with people like Kalonzo and all that. Yeah. So we have to really have one of the lesser evils. Otherwise, we will continue saying so and so is not, so and so is not, so and so, and then you end up with some zero. And that is where now Ruto will prevail. Lastly, the black sheep I've said must be pointed. Now, let me correct this. Uganda has not accepted what has happened. That's why they came out in big number. There was big protest, and over, I think 12 people were shot dead. So many people have been arrested. Kwa hivyo tusiongee kwa podcast tusema Uganda wameaccept. They have not accepted. They have resisted heavily and they have really died. May the souls of those who have been killed and those who have been kidnapped rest in peace. Ugandans have resisted heavily, only that the power of subdue equal too much. Okay, so tusiseme Uganda wame accept, they have not accepted, they have resisted heavily. Bob Wine right now he was arrested. Atujui kule yuko. So when we are doing this kind of discussions, we have to be careful. Tunaumiza Waganda because Uganda has spoken in this election. Okay, they spoke, and according to what people are saying, Museveni was not elected. Yes, Museveni was not elected. That's what they are saying. Okay, so tusiwa accuse wameresiti ile mbaya mbovu.
Na huyo rafiki yake Ruto amemcongratulate. Nimeona hasira pale, watu wako na hasira vile ule mtu wa AU ule alimshinda Raila ameshamcongratulate Museveni.
Huyu atafanya hivyo na atarudi kuidraw vile alifanya Tanzania. But unfortunately here Uganda no one will reveal because even the press as of today press walikuwa wanafukuzwa. Kama wewe ni wa Kenya unajua urudi, kunaambia urudi kwenye elections ziliisha. Is that bad? So we are supposed to be mourning that our people those our brothers wanateswa hivyo because that is what is coming to Kenya. It's not far. Ukiona cha mwenzako kinanyolewa chako kitie maji. That is exactly what is happening.
Uganda is a family business. Sasa wewe Njiru.
And what is Eli before you come? Eli, before you come, you put a very good statement. Uganda is family business. What different is it from Kenya? as we are speaking.
Kenya pia ni family business.
Of course. No, seriously. Niambie yani, how do you, Ruto is all over. Unajua Wakenya tunasahau ati tunasema Uganda iko hivi. We are even maybe worse than Uganda, by the way, as of now.
We have not been standing. People have not standing Kenya. People have monopoly of standing the country's neighboring. Unajua, we have that case where Kenya is a post-modern nation. So
which
no
one?
Gotten interest to
Yes.
study our problems. So kazi yetu, we can stand the Uganda problem, we can stand the Southern Sudanese problem. Kenya hakuna shida bana. Nairobi ni kama London. Unasikia like hata watu zetu wakikuja Nairobi wamefika. They don't want to go to, you see the illusion. We are a country of illusion. Go ahead.
Illusion of 1970s. Ati when Nyerere aliposema, Nyerere 1970s alipofanya joke, and he was just giving a joke. Mbona nyinyi mwasema mwende London bana? Fika Nairobi pia tayari utakuwa umeona London. 1970s. We are here saying that we are ahead. Of course, he was sarcastic. He was sarcastic. Nyerere had very low opinion of Kenya. Kabisa. Very low opinion of Kenya, which I would have been the same. There is nothing that we are so much ahead of Kenya. The civilization, not civilization, we call it socialization in Tanzania. Iwezi fika in Tanzania, ndugu, mtu akikuita ndugu ni ndugu. Hiyo bro ninakwambianga Njiru. Mtanzania akikuita ndugu, it's ndugu from the heart. Si hii bro ya Wakenya, bro nonsense. Endelea.
Bro na mtu ni kukuroga na kuroga.
Anakuroga, yes.
Na anakuita bro na amechukua kauga.
Kauga koro. Yes, wakachamuku alafu wanasema ati bro.
So the diaspora vote, this is a mystery. I don't know how such a country with such a big population and a voting population, we can only manage to get 6,000 legible votes in the diaspora. Then when people like Dennis Itumbi end up laughing after the elections that they have rigged every few years, they use things like that. They say, nyinyi hamku register, sijui watu wa Nyanza mulikataa kuregister, hata nyinyi mlikuwa mna attend rallies lakini hamwendi kuvote. They will find everything. You know, when the rigging, the people who, if I was rigging, if I was to rig an election, I would find some things like that to justify how to vindicate my victory. And
Eli, not to cut you short. Ebu tell me, how easy is it to register as a voter from diaspora, sincerely? Number one. Number two, how easy is it to vote? I think those are things we are supposed to talk about. How convenient to you if you want to register as a voter, Kenyan voter?
Okay,
how easy is it for you?
Let's start with this. Which countries are there more Kenyans than other countries? And when I say this, I mean people who hold Kenyan citizenship. You know, the political leaders in Kenya should know this. But if they don't know, then I would be really, really, really shocked that they don't even have such information. So if you know, like, for example, that majority of Kenyans abroad are in the United States of America, if that is the case, then you want to know what is the number. And also, there are only 12 polling stations around the world. 12 Kenyan polling stations, embassies, and so on. And the US, I think, has 2, maybe 1 or 2. Yeah. Now, people have their own personal issues, for example, travel, and it could be money, but that's a contested issue because when it comes to the election time, it is between life and death. Are you choosing to vote?
Neutral.
Yes.
Let me tell you, there's something I want to tell you. Unaona the Kenyan embassy in America.
Yes.
Now that umeleta your story, let me tell you, I don't know kama kuna mtu amejaribu kupiga hiyo namba. Ai bana, hao watu ni arrogant sana bwana. I called them another day bwana. You cannot even talk with those people. The way hata wanaku address bwana. Nini unataka boss?
The embassies, all Kenyan embassies are run by arrogant people. All Kenyan embassies.
Nimejaribu kupigia the Kenyan embassy lakini ai bwana. Venye hata unasikia wanaku address by the way.
Okay. So what you have said is according to Njiru's question. So one of the first points is we have some wicked, civil servants, running those embassies. So it puts people off. It puts people off. Yeah, it puts people off completely of thinking about the electoral democracy in Kenya. But for example, when I went to register and voted in London, it cost me a lot of money. So to answer that question of Njiru, it is not easy. But when it comes to that issue of life and death, yani you want a better Kenya, you have to do it. That's the only reason why I did it. And it was not a cheap journey, but it was an interesting moment because Kenyans of all walks of life, they came and they shared the moment. There were people there. There were people there of the side of Kinaruto, and there were people on Raila's side, right in the middle. What is the weakness about the registration process is that there's no digitization. There's no digital process. I mean, there's some clowns who run these things. They come to different countries every election period.
Kidogo, as you continue, if you want anything to be done by this embassy, just forget. Hakuna kitu anafanya, like you see the way you understand kama ni customer service. They go direct to your issue, nini unataka na nini, like unazungushwa tu, like it is the same habits we have in Kenya. They have transported them here in America. I'm not used to hata kama ni kwa simu, like here in America, kwa simu you realize that huyo mtu anakuuliza what and your problem is solved, like sijui anakuambia sijui hatujui, like hatujui haji na nani Belfast, do you understand? You hatujui. Do you know what it means, like when an officer is telling you that? Why did I call you?
No, that one is it's something to do with the Public Service Commission, PSC. In that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will appoint people who head the mission and na watu wa mkono. They will be appointed from Nairobi, and usually they are people who know people. And by the way, they don't earn much money, those people who work in the embassy. But what happens is they make money. So you know what I'm talking about. But they don't earn much money, but they make money. That is why Ambassador, not Ngachia, but there was another one, just after Kibaki's time, he had been told to return to Kenya, and he refused to return. He just decided he is the permanent ambassador there. Mpaka serikali ikawambia wale wa British ati huyo si mtu wetu sasa. So they don't earn much money, but they make money through some dodgy ways. those embassies, they should be working effectively with IEBC. And what happens is the opposite. IEBC wanakuja kuishi kwa mahoteli.
Utaendelea. Do you know why diaspora they cannot allow them to vote well? Because kura ya diaspora inajulikana, hiyo ni ya upinzani. So why would you facilitate people who want to vote for opposition? Ni swali tu nauliza. Like Stony PK, maybe you can answer for me that question. Like why would you want to make a diaspora things easy and by design unajua hiyo kura yote itaenda kwa upinzani? Ruto knows majority of the diaspora people will not vote for him. Sikatai yako na watu wake huko, lakini I'm double sure in a ratio of all the time we used to see like the Raila Odinga used to win in the diaspora constituency, and I'm double sure hata hiyo upinzani tutashinda sana. So I'm double sure if there are places where Ruto will not want people to vote in hapa. So let's not talk of these people improving voting here. They don't want us to vote. How do you want people? How do you want people to vote, and those people will not vote for you?
First of all, you have forgotten that IEBC will travel around the world. At ECG, they're going to all the 12 polling stations. It's a joke. If you see the way the IEBC were staying in London, and in fact, anyway, this time round they went to different towns in the UK to try and meet Kenyans, and the way they were doing their thing, yani, it was really, really amateur. It was Kenyans who were helping them to mobilize. Yeah,
I want to give an example today. I want to show you how unresponsive, and I didn't want to give these examples, but I will give them. I needed something from my former university in Kenya. I needed something serious so that I can be able to advance in my career here. I want to explain how bad Kenyans are, wherever they are. And I will say this one without, I want to explain how bad Kenyans are. What Kenyan wabaya are. Now, I need a document, and it needs to be gotten from the university. Document ni course description of the things I did. So nikatumana university, nikatuma mtu nikamwambia anitore. So I need the transcript and my degree na zikuwe notarized. You know the meaning of the notarization. Notarization needed legal whatever. So now I also needed another document which can only be given by the university. So yule mtu nimetuma huko sasa, na nimemfacilitate by the way, aende anichukulie akaitisha reason ni ya nini, tukamwelezea, wakakataa kupeana hiyo doc. I'm talking of the university where I schooled. Hata wakisikia hii ni sawa. So I talked with the dean, nikaongea na kila mtu, nikaongea na wakubwa wote. They refused. Now the institution ili ambayo inataka hiyo document wakasema kama wanaona hiyo document, sasa unajua najaribu kuongea na mzungu sasa. So akaniambia kama hao watu wanafikiria you want that document to sabotage them, this is the email of the institution which needs that document. Just give this email, they email us. They couldn't do it. They are still their question wanauliza ni ya nini, why do you need it? Now, thank God, the woman, anaitwa Natasha, the woman who helped me, this is what she said. Aliniandikia tu email tu, kaniambia Njiro, I can see your efforts. I can see what you have done. This document which we are requesting from you, we have ever received it from that institution in the year 1994. But because we can see these people are not responsive, we will use the same document they gave us in 1994, even though we know they are not updated. And that is how I was able to pass through that step. I passed that step by being helped by some, and I think Bwana Neutral, you had me sharing that story kwa group. I explained it there. Na ukaanzia kuniingilia hapo ni kama sasa ati nimeanzia kuramba wazungu, which is okay. Si ati naramba mzungu. I was trying to explain like an issue which I needed a Kenyan to help me. It took somebody in North America who doesn't understand anything about me and look for ways of solving that problem. And they helped me. And they looked at it after several frustrations. Let me show you, Bwana, and that's the reason why I don't follow anything. Do you know that in Kenya sijajaribu kutafuta document nikaipata? I've never, I usually go nataka kupata kitu, I end up not even having it. Naachanga. So vitu zingine tu najikutanga like I didn't get it. I didn't get it. So, and it is frustration which have been getting from my brothers and sisters in Kenya. Like when I go to the office, they are not ready to help me. They are not like, nikijaribu kusema kuelezea this is what I need. They don't get it. They don't get me. So, to the extent sasa, hiyo mambo yote nimemaliza. I even did, actually, once I have finished that step, I want to write a very big email to the vice chancellor of that university. Nimwambie zile vitu nikataa nazo. Another person did it. I have felt very frustrated. So that's when najaribu kukuambia neutral. Forget about regular Kenyans helping you. They cannot do it, especially wale wako kwa maofisi. And it is something which personally myself I'm learning. Like working for somebody in an office is not a honor you are doing that person. You are actually being paid to deliver that job. So you should not be the person who is causing pain to that person, and you don't do those things. I'm telling you this because Bwana Belfast, I worked in Kenya. I used to go to those offices. Sijui nani amekutuma, nani amekuambia? Those are the questions. Sometimes I went in a very serious government office. Nawaambia nimekujia hii document. Wananiuliza who told you? Then huyo mama namuuliza, are those documents not here? Naangalia kwa website, those things are supposed to be here. Then huyo mama sasa ananiuliza who, you know me, I am a person who gets worked up haraka. Nilienda because sasa imagine that document iko kwa hiyo ofisi na ananiuliza who told you? Ati nani alikuambia? Ati who told you? Like hadi nikamuuliza, are those documents? No, not about that. Who told you? Sasa nikashindwa huyu mtu. Maybe Belfast, you are lucky. You didn't have to do anything in Kenyan offices. I don't know if that is the thing which is happening now, but I can tell you, I've gotten into. Let me tell you, there was a time I was arrested by a policeman, and this is the reason why I'm sharing these examples to you. I was just arrested. I'm just driving. I'm going to Nairobi from my way to Embu town. So I have everything, by the way. Niko na kila kitu. So polisi akanisimamisha, akaniuliza kama niko na fire extinguisher. Yeah, definitely sikuwa nimeitoa kwa gari. So I knew, even if I didn't know that I need. So polisi tu akaniuliza uko na fire extinguisher. Yeah. Nikaenda hapo nyuma ya gari nikatoa. So niko tu na polisi tu hapo tu. Polisi ambia wewe toa gari bwana, toa gari, toa gari bwana. Toka kwa barabara. Sasa nikashindwa sasa polisi anaenda pale kwa kioo. Anaangalia, I have license, niko sawa. Sijui nini. Sasa mimi nikaona polisi ameniweka hapo. Sasa nikamwambia bwana, wewe kama niko na makosa niandikie niende koti kesho. Wewe kama niko na makosa niandikie niende koti kesho. So ofisa mwingine yako hapo, ngoja akasema bwana, wewe bwana mkubwa, mtu anasema andikiwe aende kwa koti, hiyo achana naye bwana. Anajijua maybe huyu mtu ametutega bwana. No. Bwana Nitro, sikuwa nimewatega because sasa these guys are frustrating me. I don't know what they want. So mimi nikamwambia bwana, wewe nyinyi bwana mniandikie niende kwa koti kesho man. So I have really gotten frustrated in wanting anything to be done in Kenya. And I'm surprised you are now saying IBC to do for us things. They cannot do anything. So let me tell you, we used to have those things, zero tolerance to corruption in government offices some time back during Kibaki. Like when I was going for my ID, I'm giving this example. When I was going for my ID, I went for my ID in 2004. It was during Kibaki time. Even during that Kibaki time, people were paying for their ID. Ilikuwa inabidi ili sasa itolewe pale, lazima utatoa so mbili. I'm explaining this thing because I went, but I did not pay. I started becoming very big-headed kitambo. So mimi nilienda kwa hiyo ofisi ya ID sasa. Nikaenda hapo, mama anatafuta ID, kuna vile anazishika hivi na mkono, anazishika hivi na mkono. Nimesimama hapo. Mama alitafuta ID yangu inakosa. Mama ananiambia bwana, your ID is not here. ID yako ni kama haijatoka. Nikamuuliza what do you mean? No, mama akaniambia ID yako haijatoka wewe na unatusumbua. No, nikamwambia let me check. When nionyeshe ziko wapi, I will look for my ID slowly. Mama akaniangalia hivi. Ati, what's your name? What's your name again? Nikamwambia Njiru. Aya, mama akarudi hapo tena sasa na hiyo ujinga yake sasa vile anaangalia ID hivi. Akatoa na akanipea. Akaniambia kwenda kabisa. I'm telling you, that one happened to me 2004. People used to pay between 100 and 200 to be given their IDs, which you deserve. Let me explain to you this, because personally I don't believe in bribing. I need my passport. I'm explaining it. I need my passport. People are telling me, these days they have decentralized. People are telling me that at the passport lazima atulipie ngiri 10. That's what I was hearing. What wananiambia? No. So even when there was even this time when we are now renewing the passport stuff. I'm trying to show you how deep corruption is in Kenya. Ili tuanzie kuelewa hizi vitu, and we stop pretending that Kenya things are working. And this has perennially been. So I need my passport. I need to travel. Now mimi sasa nikiwa pale nikiwa naendea passport yangu, huyo best anangangana kuniuliza kwani boss una travel lini? That is the question which that guy is asking me. Boss, kwani una travel lini? Juu unaonekana hii kitu inakusumbua hivi. Na wale ambao wana travel haraka, we can talk. So nikamuuliza what do you mean? No, unajua I'm saying these things in Belfast nataka utoe kichwa yako from a corrupt system. So no, nikamwambia I will be traveling, but I can wait. So akaniambia wale watu wanangojea passport naturally it takes like a month or 2 months passport. So nikamwambia basi kama ni hivyo I will wait. Bro, enyewe inakaa una haraka. That's what that guy told me. So then I was seeing like people are coming there, ngiri 10, ngiri 5, sijui nini, people are paying. So I waited. So sasa ile siku ameniambia niende, ikaleta shida tena. Sasa kuenda wakaniambia ijatoka. Then incidentally jamaa tuliapply na yeye passport yake imetoka. So incidentally, there is no way in which these two passports are not there. So now, this is what happens. So this is what happens. Sasa hili passport yangu sasa itoke sasa. So you know, I need to travel, and I now need to travel for some work now. So mimi nikaenda nikaambia my office nikamwambia sasa, I'm being bothered. My passport is not getting out. So my office, there are ways in which they used to call. I think there was ways in which they were not disturbing corporate people. So our officer kwa ofisi yetu akapiga simu huko, na nikaambiwa the same day niende passport yangu, and my passport was ready. So what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that in Kenya, you have to either choose to be corrupt ama umie. Those are two, even on obvious things. Hata history ya kuoa, hata kama unataka kuoa, wachana na hii kuoa ya ati ya nini, hii kuoa ya kanisa. As long as umeamua to do anything in Kenya, you have to pay for it. And there are things which they are happening, and even this government which we are erecting, the new government which is coming, which Eli is saying that it doesn't see opportunity of it coming. Hata hii serikali tunachagua, I don't know if they have commitment to solve some of these issues which Kenyans are suffering. Things you deserve. Kama sahi, I saw in the TV at there is a school which refused to admit a disabled boy. Sijui kama mliona hiyo kitu. Bwana Stone PK, have you seen hiyo video inaenda kwa mtandao ati principal anasema ati I don't know the reasons which the principal is giving. I am still trying to follow the story, but the principal of that school said he will not admit a disabled boy. So no,
it is all over. Nilenana High School.
Yeah. So you can imagine, with no fundamental reasons, and that is one isolated case of people suffering. And so you can look. That is why, like, even for me, sasa, when I do an election, I make sure that nimepigia Raila kura, nimepigia Kalonzo Musyoka kura. Yule mtu nimepigia kura, I'm jeopardized. Kura yangu iwezi somwa hivyo. I have to be given another idiot. Nyinyi mumechagua huyu, lakini huyu ndiye atawaongoza. That is a nation, and I want to blame our forefathers for this, because I think our forefathers, I don't know if Stony PK it is because of illiteracy, and I don't want to blame illiteracy because I don't believe that written knowledge can prevent you from understanding the reality of life. So it is the laxity of our forefathers who are not able to foresee that a nation can only be governed if principles are right. And our fathers, year in, year out, they have been funneling these bad characters, which are affecting even their children up to now. Our grandfathers were not worried of corruption. They were not worried of dishing money to people. So, like, they tolerated those behaviors. Our generation, we are tolerating those behaviors. I don't know if our children will tolerate those behaviors until somebody will come and say enough is enough. But I can tell you, Stony PK, people are suffering. Sisi ati tumechipuka hivi tu, we have also been suffering in those things. People cannot get a job. Like, I know of people, watu wananipigianga simu mpaka hapo wananiambia, manze, hiyo job wananiitisha so mbili, na kama sina so mbili ati nisahau. People call me hapa. Sasa najiuliza, shwari hii kazi tunalipia? What I know, like guys are paying to get employed. I didn't know that long time ago. Kidogo.
Simamia hapo. No, umeongea sana. We've understood the context. I just want to correct you, and no one has ever tolerated corruption. Don't even go out there to blame forefathers. The forefather is you. Hata wewe sasa. What are you doing to fight it? Is what they also did then. There is no one generation that never ever fought oppression and corruption. I know you are not a student of history, but let me bring you there today. Hakuna generation from siku za Nuhu that has never stood against corruption and injustice. What happens is how strong are these powers that are fighting? And as usual, we've had areas that surpassed it. The same here. Kenya is 2026, 2022, 2020, whatever. They are continuing to be given whoever is not the person they have elected. But what happens in other parts of the world? Revolutions are happening. Okay, so it depends on the strength of the revolution. Raila has been cheated all through until some Kenyans come and say they brought the formula of accepting and moving on. So what we should be saying is, how do we strengthen that resolve I said I've repeated so many times here, Mimi, as Don PK, I said Kenyans are so corrupt. But at one time I did a sweeping statement. I said, I think Kenyans are, all of them, wanazaliwa wakiwa the first name is corruption. Then anapewa hiyo jina ya pili. Okay? Because when I listen to Kenyans, you hear them abetting corruption. Unasikia mtu anasema bazee, huyo kijana wangu kumpeleka jeshi nilitoa 700,000 700,000 for a constable job, ama sijui inaitwa private job, atarikupi hiyo pesa lini? Na unasikia anasema sasa ningefanyaje? Wakubwa walikuwa wanaitisha hiyo. Okay? Where will this Kenyan run to? This Kenyan cannot help himself. He can only help himself if he gets Anjiru, a Stone, or an Eli in leadership position. This thing does not come from the bottom. It comes from the top. It is the top that will say, this rot has to stop now, today, sahi, and from today, whether people like it or not, ukipatikana hivi in any office, from the chief, uko chini, ukiitisha hongo, ni kunyongo or ni this. It has to come from the top to the bottom. Because who has the power? Who has the authority? It's not me at the village level when I'm being harassed by the chief, when I'm being harassed by that woman who was telling you your ID is not there and yet it is there. The guy mulifanya na yeye yake amechukua hapo na wewe unaambiwa yako haiko. It is the directive from the top. Lee Kuan Yew alifanya aje? Alitoka juu akasema this has to happen. Okay? And that's why in Kenya tumesema, until you get rid of Ruto in whichever way you want to get it, and then you get somebody among the people we have, you have to choose for who will come with that kind of a resolve or a resolution. Ni wangapi, ni nani? Okay? So Jiru, it can end. By the way, hii maneno ya hizo bribes inaweza end within the first 100 days that whoever will be elected. First 100 days. It will be done. Because he has the power to direct it. Imagine we get a president today who talks like Kagame. Kagame alichukua power ili akasema hataki kusikia mtu anaita mwingine Mhutu ama Mtusi. Imagine just that declaration. Yani, wazee, things can work. Akasema, I want you people to refer to each other as Rwandese. Hakusema waitane brothers. Alisema ukitaka kuita mwenzako brother ni sawa. But remember, you use one unifying factor. We are from Rwanda. We are Rwandese. Na akasema ukisikika tu, ole wako. Ukisikika tu, ukisema wale Watusi walikuwa pande ile, wale Wahutu walikuwa pande ile. I mean, I'm giving that very simple example. Because it meant something when you are referring to somebody as yule Mkikuyu, yule Mjaluo. If you are doing it with malice, it is scathing, it is demeaning, it is discriminatory. Nilikuwa kwa ile duka ya ule Mkamba. Alright? You know, unajua hapo hiyo area ni ya Wajaluo, hiyo bar ni ya Waluya, hiyo bar ni ya Wakikuyu. Those kind of things, they mean a lot. Askari anakusimamisha, anachukua ID ya driver's license, anaona unaitwa John Mwangi Kiarie. Okay? Na yeye ni Mjaka. Already the first formation is wacha nifinye huyu Mkikuyu, ama wacha nifinye huyu Mnandi, those are things that have to be eliminated by the top. An example is given of a police inspector that was promoted. Na aliingia, the first statement alisema, anybody who puts any roadblock on any road by saa sita, I want all the roadblocks cleared out of all the roads. And it happened. There was no roadblock. Vehicles started flowing freely. That was a directive from the Inspector General of a certain country, I won't name. Yeah. So basically, it is the top that determines what the tail will do. Back to Ingiro.
Let me ask you a question. Maybe can you give me your experience of looking for services in Kenya? Umeienda Kenya alafu unapata tu services tu vizuri bila kusumbuliwa. Like what is your experience of going to Kenyan offices? How do those people handle you? Like are they keen to understand what you want? Ama do you get complexity? Ama ni mimi niko na ujinga?
Hiyo ni normal. It's a normal thing in Kenya. Kenyans are, it's one of the worst societies of the world. Number one wa Kenya ni watu wa wivu toka zamani. It's not only you. Wa Kenya ndio ukienda ukiongea hivi unasikia mtu anasema ala huyu anajidai juu anaongea na accent ya America sijui nini. We are that. That's our culture. Okay, sisi ni watu wa wivu. Tumejaa na wivu kabisa. And that is what is killing us. Because our brotherhood has never been promoted from the forefathers. The way we are brought up of hate. We are full of hate for each other. We don't love each other. We were brought up as capitalists, extreme capitalists. And what does capitalism mean? You see, people don't know how to analyze the hate we have for each other. Yeah. Why would somebody not give you a service in an office? Ni hiyo chuki, wivu. Na hiyo wivu na chuki iko kwa macapitalists. Unasikia Mkikuyu anakuuliza ala wewe una maskini kwani kayodheni ete atia kai kwani wade ni rote. You know those kind of things we talk. It is terrible. We are not actually humane, and that's why I hate capitalism. Yeah, capitalists want you to suffer. They want you to be my slave. When you come to the office, when I'm seated there as the clerk, I want to show you I'm the authority. For you to get that ID, mimi ndio kusema. So that is normal. It's our culture, Njiru. It's not something I can go lamenting about. But give me that leadership, I'll kill that stupid culture. Yeah, we've never had a president who would say all the civil servants you have to work or go home. Although I found in Kibaki's time it was the only time you had Kibaki going into the office. Ukiingia saa 3 anakuambia usikuje uende nyumbani. For temporarily it happened, so it can work. And personally I practice that. Whenever I go, I head a department, nikisikia huku laziness ndio ninaingia ofisi, nikikuja ofisi yako unanikuta kwa kiti, of course you know you are going. But you know in some organization you can't fire people on the spot. It's a process. But what does it say? You are supposed to report at 8. You are coming at 10. Unaanza kukunywa chai. 11, 12. Unaenda lunch. Saa 9 unaenda. When do you give service? That is the practice. We say our civil service is rotten. Let me tell you why I personally, after college and all that, one thing I swore never to do, I swore never to work as a civil servant because I hated the way my uncles, I had 3 uncles in civil service. I had close relatives, other friends in civil service, and I could see vile walikuwa, culture. Mtu alikuwa mtu mzuri akiingia serikali, tumbo ndio inavura, ananunua makoti za Kikomba. Okay, ndio huyo na viatu pea moja, lakini kazi yake ni kuchukua bribe kwa maofisi, all offices. I hated civil service completely. Unaenda kitu imeandikwa ni registry, unasema nimekuja hapa kutafuta, nataka kuapply for XYZ thing. Unauliza okay, uliambiwa ni hapa na imeandikwa hapo registry. Yeah, I mean that is our culture. Unaingia ofisi unakuta watu wanaongea lugha yao. Kama head of department ni Mkisii, everybody else talks in Kisii there. Kama ni Mumbere, everyone there talks in Kimbere. Kama ni Mjaluo, I mean that tells you of a very poor rotten thing. Remember when Kibaki came in, wali introduce ile competence appraisal. There was an uproar. Hatuwezi kuwa appraised. We are very senior. We are experienced. How do you appraise me? Which organization doesn't appraise people? You guys, you've worked outside. We work through, annual appraisal or quarterly or whichever way. If you are not performing the targeted objectives, unaambiwa. Kenya, they refused. There was an uproar. Kulikuwa karibu mgomo ya civil servant. And then we keep on saying, oh, Kenya has the best of this, best of that. But that bullshit. Roba karibu.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. What's going on? Umemaliza kupiga chakula bwana. Niliona ukipiga chakula hapo kitambo.
Nilikuwa napika tamukimo.
Yeah.
Niko na opportunity leo, nimekuwa nyumbani bwana, nikasema nikule vizuri.
Okay. Sasa Njiro.
Yeah, kila mtu anapika bwana. Hata mimi sio unaniona. Niko hapa chonjo vibaya sana.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just to answer your question, I know what the question you asked first. The service, the only service you can get Kenya and buy it can maybe you might just say is private service. Like maybe we get a personal lawyer, which means he has to provide because it's personal. But if you are talking about just getting public service, the government offices, unless you have money, bro, unless you have money, that's a corrupt country. It's all corruption. Kenya is all corruption from all level, more especially the passport. Hey, so tell the truth, if I remember, the only I think service I got, very good service, was when I took my kids to get Kenyan birth certificates. That was very good. I paid a little and it was quick. That was it. But when I went to them to get passports, my friend, hey, I'll never forget. I'll never forget. That was a little bad. Yeah, so, hey guys, nice to see you. We were here until we were here until we crossed out. So I woke up, nikapata watu wote wa mlima Kenya wako huko state what whatever. Nikasema kumbe walikuwa wanapiga
Waiwekaje bwana? Hata hatutaki kuicheza hapa. I have refused to play those videos deliberately. I don't want to publish them. Go ahead.
I said, is it an old clip? Ama hii ya leo. Kumbe sasa seriously. Sasa nikasema kumbe kuna vijiji ambao there's competition. Ruo Nyanza and mountain ambao wanakimbishana kwenda kwa Ruto. Mwenye atafika kwanza. Uhuru pengine alianza chisiku kana ka corrupts pengine kwa njiani. Na wengine leo. That's what I'm just saying. So, hey, you know, I don't know where to start. This is, I don't know. If maybe people went for money. That's my guess. But when I see people like Cleopas Marara now, what they are quitting, then you talked of Wamchomba. And I never saw her, but someone said from what I heard that she was there. You talked the governor of Nyeri. Unajua nini? I have a feeling, wajali wambia, come on, pokea pesa. But I'm very sure ikifika the time ikifika itakuwa ngumu. I don't think they won't be confused. I mean, huyu jamaa amefanya nini sincere speaking to my fellow Kenyans? What has he done? So he's just going all over the place buying people with money. Kenya ndio tumefikia tunanuliwa pesa kidogo. Huh? So what I saw from there, I don't know how it's going to go. It's something we need to see. It looks like the alignment, hakuna bado. We have a wrong way to go. So for me, I just think at the end of the day, it's all corruption is ruling right now. The corruption we were talking about. Because how can one man have all this money he's spending and nobody is asking? So I hope when you walienda huko walienda kuchukua wapate kitu, then from there, but I'm at the lowest. Unajua when unajua matumaini yangu imeanza, it's just like it's gone, it's started going. Just like this is the same the same thing I saw 2022. That's how it started. Yeah. Then from there on, Uliona watu hivi, remember huyu jamaa alienda, watu wakamchera, tumekula mchera na nyama, naenda kupigia Ruto kura na nini na nini, ikakuwa kama kitu kidogo, and at the end of the day wanipigia kura. Sasa Central Kenya wampigie kura sasa. Ruo Nyanza, if that's the case, and what does this wake me up 2032? If I'm still alive, just wake me up, because this is scary. Matumaini ya many people iko kwa Mount Kenya as the people who will get this guy out. Sasa ameanza meshi huko sasa, tena atatoka, na unajua akianza kwenda hivi na atatoka na pesa. What's going to happen? I don't know, but somebody has to investigate where is he getting all this money. That's something I'm very disappointed, but guess what? I'm very sure when walienda huko, they never represent the whole community.
Ni pesa ya treasury na pesa ya wakulima. Nani bwana Roba, what is happening? Hii mwaka watu watapata pesa ya kahawa na pesa ya majani chai. Hiyo pesa yote ndio tunaletewa. Watu wanaletewa ndio. So Ruto anawapea upfront. So, and you'll see, bwana Stone, this will be the first year where kahawa itanunuliwa pesa mbaya kabisa. You even utasikia hata kilo itarudi 50 because they have hiyo pesa they will do it. Na hawa wakulima wa sukari nani, I can even tell somebody, by the way, kama wewe ni mkulima wa kahawa na mkulima wa majani chai, like me, I usually farm those things. I'm not doing it this year.
I'm a farmer of sugarcane. Sugarcane is doing good.
But I'm not. Hii mwaka utaona.
Yeah, bonuses, the bonuses ambayo ilikuja mbaya sana. Unajua some of us kuna hiyo chai na cow hiyo, everybody's gone on my community. Very few people ambao kuna cow, but machani we still have it, but bonuses ilikuja mbaya sana. But my question is, huyu jamaa amefanya nini? What can you point out amefanya nini kusema kweli? So can he be able to buy all Kenyans? Pesa ambayo anachukua. Then I think if we don't see properly, he's going to cause the economy of the country maybe to collapse. I don't know. I mean, it's just like when you see people, when I'm Sangria, they are celebrating him for what? Now you governor Wanyeri. Now you governor Wanyeri. Why is he at? You don't know. Then from there, Sasa tulikuwa tunaambia people were mocking Sambuo Nyanza. Hawa tunataka kutoa nini huyu. Ndio wamekuja, kumbe kuna wenye wako na kitu ambayo iko mbele sasa. Wacha niangalie nani atafika huko wa kwanza.
So the question which we should be asking Bwana Roba is maybe I want you to tell me, is it possible ukule pesa na usipigie huyo mtu? Is there a line between eating money and not voting?
In Kisii, they do that. Walifanya hiyo Nyachai. If you remember, Nyachai used to be a strong man. He used to have money and everything. Do you know people walichukua pesa yake na kila kitu? He even had companies, he employed people. Wakati kifika kula kapata mwenye amemshinda ni mtu ambaye alikuwa tu na paskeri. Yeah, so that one is there. Kenyans can do that. But at this point, inaonekana ya kwamba we should have a stand. The reason why people are doing it is because they lack resources. It's because the economy is not doing good. Maybe this guy had that kind of agenda. Now we can just say, if you are destroying the economy so that you have the people money, you want to buy people. But if Kenyans, that's their money, wangechukua wakimaliza, then from there, they don't vote for him. I would appreciate if they do that. But I don't know what's going to happen, because this I've seen this movie before. The movie has from the Mountain movie. So I was expecting right now the mountain is off, out of reach. I still believe what it is, but I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. But at this point, I just feel like Gachawa's is the attacking dog. He should come up after the guy leaves there. I think I will give an up hand to Gachawa at this point. in Mount Kenya. I think he should be able to get some people against him. What wameenda tu pengine wakipokea pesa. The few ambao watampigia kura, that's fine. That's how democracy works. Stone Weekend.
ya Roba Njiru anasema anyway, let me say this. There is no justification of what is happening in Mlima, and Njiru anasema ati pesa ile inatumika sijui ni ya majani, ni ya kahawa. Hapana. Unajua Njiru, unaanza kukua kama Mkenya wa kawaida bwana. Unasahau how much money we have borrowed and we continue to borrow. Unaenda ati pesa ya kahawa, pesa ya jiji, wakulima kunakuaga obsessed. Your money is nothing, and you will not get it anyway. And in fact, you can still get your money because if you look at the loan, the 4 trillion uliambiwa na Auditor General that has disappeared. Unajua, hebu tujaribu kuwa werevu bana. Wewe umeambiwa 4 trillion umepotea. Njiru, wewe ni scientist. Hebu tuambie, nilikuwa kwa one of the programs which demonstrated to us what a billion looks like. Na nani, there is one guy ali demonstrate vizuri sana. A billion alisema unapanga noti za 100, za 1000 kutoka Malindi mpaka Kisugu zikiwa zimeshikana hivi. That's a billion. Na akapeana example ya what a billion can build, yani ikijenga mijengo, alielezea vizuri. So ukiambiwa 4 trillion zimechukuliwa zikapotea, then tunaulizana ziko wapi? Hiyo pesa Ruto anapeana hapo. Remember that crowd, Ruto can even have a crowd of 20,000 which he has had, na wamevaa t-shirts na wanapeperusha t-shirts za yellow na makofia na envelope basha inapeanwa 10,000 ndani. It's possible. Also remember that we are losing 6 billion every day. Inapotea, inaenda wapi? Ni Ruto anachukua. Utadu. And this is ndio tunataka tuongee na kilugha, Kisii, Kiswahili, Kijaluo, Kikamba, tuambie watu. Na si kuanza kuongea as part of the constitution. Tuache lugha ya constitution. Hakuna constitution working in Kenya anymore. Hiyo tuache kujidanganya, na hakuna ati Kenya is a democracy. Hiyo tuache hiyo upuzi. That is nonsense. Okay? Kenya is a failed state. Period. How does it come to be a failed state? Kids, watu wako nyumbani, hawaendi shule. Mediocracy in university, mediocracy in colleges, mediocracy in secondary. That is failed. People at home. Then we are here still laying hope at systems. Hakuna. Hospitali zimecollapse. Madaktari wamegoma. Hospitali hakuna treatment. Mnangoja failed state inakaaje? Ile bunduki ndio zinalia para. People are dying. If we are going to hospital to die, that's a failed state. If you know that today accidentally, bahati mbaya uwe mgonjwa Kenya, na una mtu wako ako nchi za nje atatuma $2 tu pesa upelekwe private hospital, you are dead. You are dying. You dead. Saa hii kishikwa tu na nini, you are going to die. Saa hii upate accident na una pesa ya kuenda private hospital upelekwe sijui district, hapo ujue tu unaandika nini, barua ya kusema God I'm coming, wait for me. That is what we call a failed state.
So,
Yeah.
Stone Weekend, they sacrifice so people at the airport. That's Jomo Kenyatta International. Man, I saw a lot of people being exported to Canada, going to healthcare. That's what Ruto thinks. That's what he thinks is progress. For him, that's progress. So, we don't control who was where, what to do. But you talked of healthcare. I mean, it's just like this is getting out of hand. Yeah. But somebody somewhere has to come up and just say it's not working. The reason behind it is because we have very bad politicians. Because if you look at it, when somebody takes what this money is using, and nobody's questioning, nobody's even investigating what the source of the money is, you can't even ask. Then you call yourself a democracy. Like as you said, it's a failed state. It is a failed state right now. There's a lot of conmanship. They use in the name of democracy to do all these corrupt things. Yeah. So I think for me, like I said yesterday, I think Trudeau was the man. By now, he could have been thrown out of office through impeachment if he were a leader democracy. But because of dictatorship, corruption, and there are a lot of things which some of us we have been talking for a long time, things like and the institutions don't work, and a population where you get that people embrace corruption because that's there. It's there. Heroes are those who steal, and we welcome them. People like the governor of Grignani, even the former vice himself was accused, but I don't know how much it was there. Even if from the beginning, Ruto was not even supposed to be run for president because of his corruption. We say something, we have ideas, we say it, but we don't attend it. Yeah. So the small thing we get from our court, maybe once in a while, a good thing. Then we call it, tunaweza kujipiga kifua. Sasa hii kifua tunajipiga, mean that's something has to mean what we have. We are exporting all these people. We are doing all these things. The more we go, the more we are becoming like a dictatorship. One president determines everything. What's the difference between Uganda and Kenya in terms of Museveni and Ruto? In terms of what they do, there's no difference. It's dictatorship. That's where we are. So someone has to tell me what's the difference, because at the end of the day, the institutions, the so-called institutions we have, they don't work. Instead, they have decided, hey, we work with the government. Instead, they are supposed to be independent from the judiciary all the way to the other institutions. And that's a big, big problem. And we see this one happening. And since this man came out, he wanted everything to be under him. He wanted to control everything. And that's why he's doing. The only thing, anakuja oh, so and so is independent. What? But in the sense, in the real time, he is the one who's corrupting everybody. And this one cannot continue. He is messing up the country. And now he is trying up and down to see that 2027 next year is going to maybe steal the election. Who knows? Since I've seen the election there, nothing happened. Museveni has stolen, nothing happened. He's going to do the same thing, and nothing's going to happen. And that's the scary part of it. That's very scary. I hope Kenyans will come up, and we stop this kind of madness. It's really bad, guys. It's really bad in our region right now. Dictators, they come there, they do fake election. After fake election, they continue. Yeah. It's the same thing in 2027. It will be a fake election in Kenya, and that's it. What else? At this point, I'm just giving. I've given up on these issues, man. It's just like we are doing for nothing. Nothing happens. We have a new constitution. The new constitution inatusaidia nini sasa? Itusaidi kitu. It's even more worse because they are using the name of that constitution to do all these nonsense things they are doing right now. Yeah, Stone BK.
Yeah, you know, it is sad. It is sad that it is sad when citizens are pushed to a point of almost giving up. No one loves giving up. But again, saa hii tukianza tu kujiuliza, kwa mfano wa Kenya, what is it that what I do? What can we do to prevent Ruto from rigging and becoming the president? Now, we ask ourselves that as voters, but voters needs to be facilitated to do that and safeguarded to do that. Are we able to do that? What I hear from our opposition people, they just tell register as many as you can. Do you know, for me, Roba, I've never believed in at registering in big numbers is what can stop us, can stop Ruto from being the president. I don't believe in it, because even if we don't register, even if we are few and we don't vote for him, he will not be pronounced. I've never seen that. Okay, I'm not. I refuse to understand that science. That the more votes you register, and the more you vote, the more you are able to reject Ruto. So if, let's say, we registered as 1,000 votes, and the 800 are against him, that is 80% is against him. Even if you are 100, 80% of 100 is 8. So whether we are many, we are few, we are whatever we are, to me, I've never believed unless there is rigging. So when we encourage people to vote in big numbers, is because we want to try and also buy to the doctrine of rigging. Yeah, instead of really trying to fight in terms of preventing that rigging. We want to embrace it, like the way Ruto said in his interviews, that corruption cannot stop development. And again, these medias are refusing to play those clips again and again and again. Haina inakwambia wewe farmer, there is nothing wrong kuniweka kwa zizi za kondoo. Haitamaanisha kondoo hawatakuwa, watazaana tu na wanaishi na fisi in the same, na unakubali ati wacha fisi na kondoo zangu wakae kwa zizi moja, haitazuia kondoo wangu kukua wengi. That's how we are being fooled, and we are fooled by Ruto. That corruption is not the main problem in Kenya. He said that. He said that even in his speeches, in his interview, and even when he talks.
No, that's Stone BK. Okay, the what? Remember when he said, "Mtu kipatikana madawa ya kulevya na nini na nini, they should be hanged." Somebody who's corrupt, who has stolen millions, and what's the difference? He should be hanged too, and the Ruto should be the number one to be hanged, because he has stolen money. That's the truth of the matter. That's the problem. The problem is it just looks like the media, which we thought the media was like it was the active media, something they can investigating media. It is becoming useless. It's becoming useless.
Roba, huyu mtu anapatikana na madawa ya kulevya, alipatikana aje? Alipitia wapi?
Somebody asked them a couple of months ago. That's something that was investigated by Citizen or KTN. It was KTN. This guy from Britain, he came and I think he came from Brazil, akapitia Kenya, with all this kind of madawa ya kulevya.
Yeah, alipita aje.
So you can even see how they caught it out. Marian Pitia, how he got away with everything. He passed through the inspection na kila kitu, but akifika London, he was caught. But what have they done since that time? They have done nothing. Did they even make a follow-up? And those people are still working there. Nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
That's corruption.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Imagine somebody has possession of all these drugs. He passes through a airport, which is 24/7, supposed to be guarded 24/7. He goes there. The people work there. They are the most corrupt people. They let him out. Then he gets to Britain. A dog. He gets caught. Yeah, I mean, that's how far we are. Then you come and say, "Oh, nataka kunyonga wanyonge." Kiasi kutoka kwako chinyonge na wengine wanyonge, then I would appreciate it, because these are the most I mean, some of these things is being done intentionally. We know we are doing it. You know, the other thing is, what about Joe? Is he accused of that? Yeah, and some other person in his government. Why can't he start from there? It's a good idea, but why can't he start from there? Yeah, then I'll get kid to like me. That's not the way you speak things. It is the same man who told us he's not doing corruption. Then they are well, from what he said, the understanding of corruption cannot stop development. Really? You know, that's how the corrupt men speak. Whatever if he spoke that way, I've not seen the clip. It tells you that he knows that he's corrupt. He's the number one corrupt person in the whole of Kenya. He's number one. Who else other than Ruto? And now that corruption is triggering to generation and generations. Waiguru, remember Anna Waiguru? I see Amanda 2 times. Somebody who stole. And how many people we know they came and they stole from the government, but still there's no investigation. No people have been arrested.
Unajua nini Roba? Why mimi nasemanga hii ni world of pretense. Unaona hii nchi tunaitanga ndio kubwa duniani, sijui iko nini. Ndio nchi inaongoza kwa hiyo mambo yote. Okay? Mambo ya ufisadi, mambo ya madawa ya kulevya, mambo hiyo yote the prefect ni hii nchi. Okay? Because unaangalia hao ndio wanasupport hao watu viongozi wakikataa kufuata line yao wanawatoa. Okay? So mwananchi hana lolote la kufanya. Angalia ule mtu alikuwa juu, sasa ule umepatia minister anavaa saa ya milioni 8. How do you buy a watch of 8 million Kenya shillings? Wewe hata kama umekuwa senator ama ulikuwa whatever, sincerely speaking, unaenda dukani Roba na pesa yako binafsi, unasema nipatie hiyo saa ya shilingi milioni 8. Ningetaka nijue hiyo kitu. Yaani unaenda
First of all, I want to see that how it looks like, by the way. Ziko hizo. Lakini mimi the thing is, wewe ni Mkenya. Ati Mkenya tu, ati wewe unaenda una shop. Ni pesa ya payslip yako. What you have duly earned from your payslip, part of your salary, unaenda shopping kununua saa ya milioni 8 na kiatu ya milioni sijui ngapi. Pesa, you know, those of you who have payslip, mnajua how painful it is by the time how painful it is to spend that money which you have earned. Yeah, and how juicy it is ikiwa umeenda ukaokota pesa mahali, ama umeenda wale wanachukuanga bribe, you went and you got $4,000 worth of a deal. Unajua hizi vitu zinaitangwa deal tu, ni ukora. Yeah, so pesa ya deal you don't feel it. And nilikuwa naona Kenya, some of my colleagues ambao walikuwa wanapata hizo pesa za chini ya meza, anaenda unamkuta kwa bar, ananunua, you know, ana spend anyhow. I don't think there's anybody who spends hard-earned money lavishly the way corrupt people. You can tell somebody who has gotten money out of bribe and out of shady deals. Wengine wale nimeona ati wakilaunch fight against drugs huko Mombasa. Hata nimeiona kwa comment section. Ni nani? Ati na mnakaa na tunangoja. They are the drug dealers.
Alafu ati
With this Ruto Prada Pig, the one ambaye anasimamia hiyo part of Mombasa.
Yani, do you know, mi hata sijui kwa nini nimerudi kudiscuss hii maneno ya Kenya. I had decided to go silent kabisa, ni sahau kabisa and forget completely, because it's painful. Naweza fanya ukufe haraka, can die earlier than your time.
the same people about they were a few months ago, they were saying the same thing. This guy has to go in and in. Sasa Leonardo, yeah, no, it's painful to watch it. It's painful. I'm
Alafu Roba, you mentioned Malala. Why are you guys talking about Malala? Of course, I don't know where he is. Sijapata fununu ati kwamba kuna issue. Is he sick? Is he well?
Si amequit hiyo chama chao.
Officially?
Yeah, it's official from from the information I saw.
Do we have that clip?
It's there. It's there. I just saw it. I saw it now. They are
Where
saying
is
it's
it?
out. Then they said Kachagu reacted to it. So
where is Njiru? Where are you? I need to see. Is there really?
Yeah.
Is there a clip that he quit from being Secretary General? Surely.
But whenever somebody quits here, he knows where to go. It's people that release information that he's gone.
Yeah. Where uliona wapi? Robert?
I think I saw like twice online. It's not like only one person reporting. It's twice. Which I saw even the Bolt. I think the Bolt is reporting that. I think it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah. So
mimi bado. Of course, he's silent. I don't want to believe it quickly. Because now some of these things, mtu kama huyu akiquit, then then these people now have no meaning being whatever.
Exactly. That's what it's good. Remember we were talking about parties last night.
Are you sure it's not bloggers? It's not bloggers who are...
Yeah, it might be some of these fake things, but I think from what I saw, there might be a reality on it. There might
but
be
Gachagua, did Gachagua explain anything?
It's true. It's gone because this one came from Lee. So it was 7 hours ago.
Lee McQueen.
Yeah, that's a very good source.
No, but there are also Lee McQueen tangu aanze kuingia upande wa ODM and he's supporting broad-based nimemtoka.
Yeah, I know, but he Marara Tam's TCP.
Nimemtoka kabisa. Lee McQueen has really disappointed me. Ooh. And the way we supported him, when we started the channel, we started together, we supported him 100%. So
yeah, so he's the one who was reporting that, and I think for me, the way it was, I think that's a truth. It's gone.
Yes. Gone to where? To UDA or to where?
He has not said, but he has quit TCP.
But he's supposed to have written a letter.
Yeah, but sasa unajua Kenya letter gani? Yeah.
No, official letter. You have to quit. And even quit in the party kule here nini political party organize hapo.
And that in fact kwambia kweli, if you see that clip, it was 7 hours ago. He has 20,000. What about me? That's a lot of people. So it means I quit. Yeah, but when you draw information. So that's a lot of information there. That's a lot of people about me. 20,000. I think that's the highest he has for of latest 20,000.
He can create that to hype because it doesn't mean people viewing that it is the. Umeona clips watu wanaandika title and when they go to discuss it's a totally different. Juzi nimeandikia Kevin nikamwambia he's also falling into that trap. He's writing sensational topics, and then when he deliberates, he talks, he goes and nothing. Bold is also falling into that trick, attracting viewers. You go there saying Gachagua has resigned, only to describe, and nothing comes as a result of resigning. That's where they are losing it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Hata nani juzi amefanya amefanya very highly sensational unaandika topic kumbe
Okay. Let me. So there's something you asked, and I think many people are asking on that clip. Why is he? So many people are saying by him missing meetings, he started quitting DCP.
but which meetings? Which meetings? He has not been in those Gachagua meetings.
Yes.
You know? Yeah.
So that's why
You see,
he's also pacing on that one. That's why his petrol he has dumped DCP.
but look, Robert. Let's say he has dumped DCP. Ata dump DCP aenda wapi? UDA. Okay? Yeah. Aenda UDA.
It's a mall.
Aenda UDA. So if he
was a mall.
So if he goes to UDA, he will go to contest where? Which wapi? Kakamega?
He himself he has not said anything about it. So that's why we can't take it that way. Paka mwenyewe aseme. He cannot win anything. The only thing is it makes Gachagua look very bad. He just
yeah, which means he's evil because he can be paid to quit to demoralize Gachagua.
Yes.
Unaona? Yeah, because of course Ruto has a lot of money. Anaweza kuambia nitakupatia $500 million, 500 million. Just quit.
This governor Nyeri asema he was given 100 million to betray Gachagua. So
when was he given? When was he given that? Ndiye alikuwa Sagana.
He said it himself. You can see that one, but he kind of refused. He never said who did. Then Akwambia, I think he doesn't know what he's doing. He's between because this is the way I see it. Ruto was in here that a week kwa kanisa kamfuata huko ati mimi ni kama governor lazima nikuje kualika rais na nini but still msichaona kiongozi. You remember what he said on leo kwa nini unaenda State House ndio wanamwambia aseme kama is still on your UDA or somewhere else, and he never said nothing there. So it's just like he doesn't know what he's doing. The problem is pesa, money. And you know, the politics of money, that's what we're going to set up Kenya forever backwards. And that's what's going to happen. And money is going to rule 2027. Forget about our generation. You will never see progress. It's when you work on a pesa, when you are meiba pesa, that's the people. Unless someone like Uhuru Kenyatta last minute to come and find last time, even though it was a little bit too late. Yeah, maybe people might listen to him, one party or whatever ticket. But at this point, I just feel like it's 2026, and this man is still breathing, and the people are Wanamuaputu. Instead of, I can't believe it, more especially, hey, they can say, I mean, to tell you the truth, there's some things here. Ruto it's just like even the current in round, if you see even the MPs, walikuwa wanakuwa just kama vile niliona wa leo. There's some bad MPs from there, the way we have been complaining about them. Even is where it comes from, those people are not, people don't listen to them. But the same people, if the MPs have done nothing, why can't you also tell us that the president has done nothing? Lakini kwa sababu ni mtu wao, they are rejecting their members of parliament. You can see them. Almost everybody, they are rejecting their members of parliament. Or in the late, you can see that even the year we talked a few hours ago. How comes you are not rejecting the most worst president ever we have in Kenya? They should reject him. Yeah? Lakini unajua nini Wakenya ni gani? Wakenya at Ruto, can you imagine at 2027 then Ruto has seen another 5 years? I don't know. that would be miserable some people, because we don't change. You come 2022, pengine sahi Martha Karua kama baba angekufa vile alikufa, Martha Karua angekuwa sahi president, hiyo ingeendelea. Then from there wengine achukue that 5 years, as long as it's no Ruto. But now Ruto won. Imagine sasa atashinda 2027 again.
Kisiangani anauliza why Malala, kwani kulikuwa na retreat Mombasa ya nani? Ya who was in Mombasa? Gachagua?
Maybe chama chake. I'm not looked on that one.
Nani anauliza? It's Paulo Kisiangas. I don't know. I didn't know there was a retreat in Mombasa, DCP.
Yeah, the guy is the Secretary General. But since the election ilifanyika, excuse me, you can see it's not active like way it was. I mean, you can tell, and I think there's something which is going on. We might not know what's going on, but he's the Secretary General, and it's a new party. It should be feasible. Kwa sababu, the only way you can say this party is through reaching people, but I don't see it happening. They have been quiet. It's been quiet since the election of Mbere and the area Kakamega. They have been very, very quiet. TCP. Unless something changes here. So hiyo najua hii akitoka ile painting ambayo wanamfanyia Gachagua at the end is TCP ni chama cha kutoka Mlima Kenya. Now that picture will start like people believing on it, even though it's not. I hope, like he said, come this year, I don't know when, he's going to go out of the country. Let's see how far he goes to build this party, because me, even in December, it's not about the party. It's about the people. I want to see how they receive him in the other parts of the country, how he gets received. Yeah. Because he talks the truth. Kama hii kitu ya alisema ya Northeastern Kenya, hii ambao watu wanachukua, what they do, all this money wamechukua, they don't have from the place. That watu wanasema that's the truth. Unaona kitu kama hii nauma, and where the truth is, kwa sababu they cannot tell you, look what we have done. Sasa hii watu wamesahau tena. I mean, there are some things here we have to make a follow up. Yeah. Kama Gachagua wangeenda Northeastern ukasema nimekuja hapa Northeastern nika hapa, tuambia jamaa wamefanya nini hapa na UDA. Pesa yenu wamechukua, pesa wamepata hapa Moyale, whatever, Tana River or Galiza. This is the money. Wamefanya nini? Look, he has to go. He can get traction. People. I think some people are trusting him. Except now the current government, they want to make him look as one of the worst people in the country. But instead, they are the worst people. This government they're the worst. When I say the economy has grown, I don't know why it is that people don't have money in Kenya right now. Kuna pesa. You can feel it on the ground. It is really bad. Very bad. Most especially wakifika hii mwezi wa pili when kids wanaenda shule. It's very bad in Kenya right now. So we are being shipped like kama nguruwe, enda kufanya kazi mahali fulani. We don't have, I mean, people have this, so their will, it's their will to go. But why can't we have a country also where people can say, you know what, I want to go and kufanya kazi in my own country. Well, to work there.
And by the way, Roba, hii kitu anasema ati watu wanaenda kazi majuu. People have been going to work outside at their own violation. Hakuna kitu serikali imefacilitate. What has the government facilitated? What is it?
Story big, in fact, ngoja nikwambie. Hii mwenye alikuja na hii kitu kusema majuu. Kwani Kenya sio majuu? We have put ourselves the lowest. I mean, kila mtu anasema huyu anaenda majuu.
No, Maju ni overseas. Kenya is not overseas. Kenya is not overseas. But this narrative ya kuonyesha ni kama people have started working outside the country during Ruto's regime ni ujinga.
Why don't people go to Tanzania na Uganda wanasema ameenda kufanya kazi majuu huko Tanzania ama Uganda?
Hapana, hapo ni across. Hapo ni mtaani. Hapo ni mtaani. Mahali unaenda na basi huwezi ita majuu. Unachukua majuu ni unapanda ndege unaenda majuu. Mawingu ndio basi. Hiyo inaitwa over the seas.
But me, I think that's a very bad narrative. Yeah. I think it downgrades us. I mean, you're my Jew at the man of my Jew. So I just feel like my country is my Jew.
Country yetu ni chini bure kabisa ovyo. Hakuna.
So now kufanya kazi wapi? Even we cannot even employ our own people.
DCP nani Paul anasema DCP kwa Mombasa wanaogelea huko.
Yeah, Wakongo. Pengine I think that's
ningekuwa DCP ningeenda Mbita. Ningepeleka watu wote retreat Mbita.
Yeah, that's very good.
Yes, that's where I would have taken, or Rusinga Island.
Huko.
Tupoe huko nini? Wadi unaenda Mombasa. Enda Rusinga Island, alafu unaambia Wajaka lazima promote nyinyi.
Yeah, I've never been in Mombasa. I hope one time in my lifetime I'll go to Mombasa.
Why, Roba? You should land in Mombasa and you want.
I've been in Rusinga Island. I've been in Mbita. Those parts, nimeenda back huko kwa Tomboya. Kabisa huko Rusinga.
Yeah, Rusinga Island and all that. Tell me next time when you are going to Kenya, takwambia uende kwanza Masai Mara. Have you been there? And it's your neighbor.
I've gone in Ngorongoro.
Ngorongoro is Tanzania, Serengeti.
Yeah, because I got a team of people who are going there to Kapara Charlie to put down.
Sasa next time uende Masai Mara, I'll give you a very good contemporary rates. Uende ujivinjari in one of the very good lodges, utoke hapo uende Mombasa.
To me, a train. I've been watching over there. There's a train very nice.
Tatumia train, alafu nikuchukue huko Mombasa. Wewe ni kukaa tu kwa VIP treatment at a very reasonable price.
Yeah, that's so.
Yeah.
It's a part of interest. Yeah, so it's where you have interest.
But that now cannot happen when you have Ruto. Unaenda ukifikiria maneno ya Ruto. You will not enjoy.
I thought this man next year we will get him out of the picture, but it's not be easy.
You know, before you came in, Roba, I was giving a formula that I think opposition should engage. I don't know, maybe you are listening. I gave it as a very simple formula that now opposition warudi chini ifanye grassroots peke yake. Tuzunguke tu kwa villages. Tukionyesha watu they are being cheated. Hao watu wanaenda kukula chakula na michele huko, wawachane nao. Because now mwananchi wa kawaida akiona Ruto na watu 20,000 and they are clapping, they are wearing yellow, it intimidates the show at the ground. Na intimidate hao vijana huko kwa ground. Unaona? But now for us opposition, we should go telling them, by the way, remember, wale walienda kukula mchele na wakapewa 5,000. Mtoto wako ako wapi? Ako nyumbani. Kwa nini? Ulienda hospitali hakuna madawa. Kwa nini? Madaktari wamegoma. Kwa nini? How can you have madaktari wamegoma? Hakuna nini, watu wanakufa kwa hospitali na watu wengine wanakula mchele na kupewa 10,000. Unaongelesha wamama hivyo na vijana huko kwa ground. That's what I want Kalonzo and others to do. instead of these big rallies in the major towns, wafanye rallies in the villages. I want them to adopt that kind of
the problem is they can how do they go there as what? Because they are not united themselves, first of all.
it doesn't matter, but Kalonzo is a candidate. Let them go as candidates, no problem.
So they have to go as one unit. They speak like the
They-
same thing, same language.
They don't have. Well, as of now, they don't have to. Wacha nani aende Martha aende hiyo Kirinyaga azunguke yote, make sure ameongelesha villagers, not meetings in town. Kalonzo azunguke kwa Wakamba, akuje Kisii,
She wants
akuje
to be a governor of
Kisii.
Kirinyaga, yeah?
Who?
Martha Karua.
No. She has not said that. She wants to be president.
I think governor should might be good for her.
She wants to be president. Governor is not good. Hiyo amepita hiyo. She's overgrown that. She cannot. The best we think she should be akikosa presidency is to be deputy. Kama si deputy prime minister or something like that. So super. We need her at that level because we need somebody. We need somebody who will say this has to stop. Nice stop. Yes. In short, we need a very resolved person.
Can you imagine if she was an Attorney General, how she would just file some cases for some of these people?
Yeah, she can prosecute.
We know even who is the Attorney General right now of Kenya.
There's a Luo woman there who they are praising. Wajaluo wanajisifu sana. For the first time in history, we have a Luo Attorney General. Look at how low people have gone. And ukipata appointment for the first time in life, Kisii have this. Is that the way we should go?
No. I thought one time they used to have vice presidency. Even the one presidency, ilichukuliwa kutoka kwao, if that's we go that way. But I mean, so just because mtu wako ameenda anakusaidia nini? What has to do with me? What has to do with people? I want someone to go help some people.
And why should we look at those appointments on a tribal line?
I mean, I want services. That's it. I don't care who does it. Give me the services. Yeah. So we got somebody there just by name. Some of them, like Rudo maybe, and I work so that they can you what friend come that friend here cooler. If that's the intention, then that's wrong. Let's give people jobs who are capable. Because in fact, there's something Matiang said a couple of weeks ago that some of the people who are there, they are not their jobs, they are not capable of doing what they are doing right now. And I think that's a very true statement. They don't know what they're doing. Yeah. At this point, I don't know. Some of these secretaries, they're just there, the Magali, the needy, pocketing money, and that's it. That's the day. I mean, that's how people see this. Nipatie ambassador, nipatie nini. It's just money. Chukua, that's all. But they are not performing. They are not performing. So the other wakati Ruto alikuwa anasema we will be assessing some of these secretaries, how they have gone, what they are doing, whatever. Those who are incapable, we will dismiss them. How many have been dismissed? Yeah, how many? Until the Gen Zs came out complaining and said these people they are not performing. That's when he had Brock. That's when he came up with he said a new cabinet. I don't see how new it was. He dropped a couple of people, but he brought the same people. I mean, the one thing I brought up yesterday was from Wanasama. Right now, the DCI, the DCI guy, and I think the Goa police, they're about their contract is expired a long time ago. They keep on renewing, but you know who's waiting? Both of them is two Canadian men. And one of them is the one who caused the death of this guy from Oma Bay. If you remember, I can't remember his name. The one who was, the guy who was arrested from Oma Bay and Kuja, Nairobi. Yeah, this guy was another. They call him. Yeah. So, I mean, it doesn't look good on us because our fellow citizens at the beginning wanasema you lazima aende, lakini ikifika the time ikifika, then you see them they are packing off kwa sababu amewapatia kitu kidogo. I mean, the other country spying people. I mean, can you imagine if it was a country where people are just that serious? I'll vote for you what you have done, not bribery. I mean, I wish like the figure here time mnunue kama commercial all these scripts ya Ruto mnanunua, maybe you can convince people. It might be expensive, but some of this is we have to remind people which Amali were what. He killed the young people there. People that they have forgotten. Hey, I can't just believe some of the people there, man. I can't believe. We generally end up picture, man. It's still decade. There's niko na waende kidogo mimi nitatoka tena nitarudi.
Labda ukirudi hata mimi nitatoka. I might open the other channel if people still want to discuss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever you are, as long as you are online, me, I'll just come in. Okay. I'll just come in.
Yeah, because sasa unajua sasa inataka where you can be able to, like those clips people are demanding, I would have been able to play, people see what is happening.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot in relation to what
start it. Then from there, you have the powers to do that. Then from there, you maybe can. Then you tangia too, because I'm Saturday, I'm off until tomorrow. Me, I'm off.
I'll see what to do in the next few.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
Bwana Njiru, okay, let me thank you guys. Jane 88 nitawaaga because hata nikikaa hapa nitazungumza bila kuback up some of the things we are talking about. I feel incapacitated because I would have wanted to demonstrate some of these very serious lies. I really wanted us to look and listen to what Ruto was telling the people in Central Province. It's very important for people to know, because it doesn't help us by us not playing, not showing exactly what he was saying. However disgusting it is, but how do you get to know how to counter that? We want to display the open lies, the open lies that Ruto is using, and he's not using with any science. Open lies he was saying, and people are clapping. We have to critique that, and we can only critique by listening to what he's saying. So let me thank all of you for now. MS Mulinge, thank you. Paulo Kisiangas, thank you. Jane 888, asante sana. Jimmy alikuwa kule, kulikuwa akina Janet Jetsen, anybody else that I've not mentioned. Nashukuru sana. I'm trying to see whether I can open my other channel. Then if I do, of course it is Stone PK TV, so just my name TV. When I get live, I'm sure you'll get it. So I'll try to do that. Let me see, maybe in a few, because it's still time. Thank you very much, guys. Check you out later. Bye. Aya, Njiru, mimi nilikuwa naenda bana.
We, unaenda wapi bwana? Tuko hapa bwana, hatulali?
Hatuko, umelala wewe. Mimi nilikuwa hata nimesema sasa juu hapa siwezi cheza. siwezi cheza clip, siwezi fanya chochote.
Unataka tucheze hiyo yellow?
Of course. How would you shy out? Why would you shy from that? Let me ask you, Njiro. Let me ask you. How do you critique what you don't want to accept? You don't want to listen. How do you critique?
Mimi nilikuwa nimesema maneno ya UDA staki. I didn't want to
What do
show
you-
yellow here.
What do you mean you didn't want to show? And then why are you critiquing? Hata watu wanajua ni nini una critique.
I want to criticize it at far. Sitaki kuguzana nayo.
Sasa unakuwa na monopoly. Wewe ndio unajua what happened.
Haya, wacha niwaekee.
No, listen, Njiru, ngoja, it's good usikue kama hao Kenyan analysts who have become so stupid. Hizi mpaka hao yani, have you been following them by the way in their interviews?
No, I don't know.
You should. Njiru, how will you, oh my God, how will you know how deteriorating we are? You should know. That is what helps you. Usikie how low people have gone. Unashindwa watu wameenda shule ama wajaenda shule. Yeah? Kama sasa ukisikiza kwanza usikize you are governor wewe Njiro wewe kwanza. As if she is not my governor.
That's why I don't want to play those things. Wanamwakia kanizale. Hata ukifika kwa kanisa anaambiwa kwamba wanafikisha salamu za Ruto.
Unaona bila amelazimisha, alikuwa analazimisha nani huyu Kaiga wa Nyeri governor aseme 2 term, akamlazimisha, akamshika mkono, akamgeuza, anamwambia Tarolia, angalia hawa ni watu wa Kaiga anahepa. I monitored it throughout 100%. Mimi nakuanga mnoma, nasikiza yote. Mpaka what he was saying. So the best is unasikiza alafu unaidismantle. Mimi leo
I think we are from the school side, we are from different side of talks of thoughts. Mimi naona mimi nakuanga yule msee ambaye kama kitu sipendi sitaki kuona.
Wewe kama unakumbuka story ile napeananga ya my favorite grandmother. Alikuwa anasema hata kama unajua my grandmother was a serious soloist. Si tunawaitanga ngoi and composer. Sasa alikuwa amecompose nyimbo. Sasa akisikia Njiru na anakuchukia ati umechukua wimbo yake unakoya. Hata anaidizoni immediately na hata hawezi join ndani yake. Yani auga mundu ndurite angiocia rwimbo rwakwa ndingiro join na ndingiro kwa. So wewe na wewe
your grandmother. So I'm a grandmother in you.
You remind me of my grandmother, the extremist.
And I love being an extremist. Unaona kama sasa mimi nikikukuta tu umefungulia Ruto, you know, like I have like some Kalenjin friends, saa zingine na watembeleanga. Saa zingine
unaumia.
Akiweka tu Ruto hiyo, they have even known. Wakisema man, inone kaendelea evuva takweke na die.
Sasa ungekuwa umeoa mmoja ndio ungeitana, ungemfukuza.
Mungu alisamea bwana. Unajua the problem with me is that I respond politically.
Yeah, and the way their ladies are so beautiful, bana. You know me, I lived there for long. Oh yes.
Aya.
Oh.
Aya, wagani hao?
Oh. Uangaliaji. Wewe kwanza nilishangaa uliponiambia umesoma huko na ulitoka bila. Wewe ni bure. Yaani angekuwa hapa tungekuingilia sana. Wewe ulikuwa bure. Eldoret ni Wanandi. Kipsigis ndio the most beautiful.
So unataka kusema you are just saying I was in the wrong location. Hivyo ndivyo unajaribu.
Of course, wewe ulikuwa kwa Ruto katikati huko Nandi huko, achana na hao.
Nilikuwa kwa mapinde John Walker.
Ungekuwa the bigger ungekuwa the bigger Kalenjin huku nani huku Kipsigis, Kericho, hiyo area yote huko kwa majani.
By the way, wako na mademu yellow huko.
Sana basi umeingia box. Na very reasonable. Wazuri kabisa. Very wako karibu.
Nilisikia ati wamama wa Kipsigis hata unawaconfuse na Wakikuyu na Wataita.
Exactly. Na ni wakulima very
like they have there is somebody who was telling me like, by the way, those people they don't have they don't have Kalenjin mentality. Our mama
they don't. Imagine I was there during land clashes and I was not attacked. I was not anything. And I mean, they don't care, you know, on how they know you. Unajua, hawakuwa na hiyo collective ati ondokeni, you have to go, sijui nini. No, they are very good. Very good. They're the bigger part of, they're the biggest sector part of the Kalenjin. Kipsigis, they are the biggest.
Nasikia hawa mama na wameenda sana. Nasikia wameolewa na kila mtu.
Of course, they are all over.
Hawana hizo stereotype mingi.
Unasikia kina Laboso alikuwa ameolewa Luoland, you know. Professor Ngeno
alikuwa ameolewa Embu, by the way. Wapo Kipsigis hapo.
Exactly.
Na unaona bwana, hata unaona tu huyu tu anafanana tu na Waembu wetu hapa bwana. Yaani hiyo shape ya ukale ana.
Yeah. So they had
is asking a very serious question. Anasema tumedescribe wa mama na wanaume ama anataka kusema kana mavana solo.
Hiyo mwambie akuje nyuma ya tent, nitamuelezea bwana. Ndio akuje nyuma ya tent.
Tulipika, do you know sodo?
I know sodo zini ile nyoka mbaya ile.
Moringa, I think you have gotten your answer when you heard me talking about it sodo. Lakini sijasema mtu asiende huko. Unajua we don't want to separate the relationship. Unajua inaweza kuwa roho yako inataka kukimbia na huko. Unajua sasa hivi wako na pesa, by the way, wametuibia kabisa. So unajua Mrs. Moringe, how unajua I always hear wamama wanasemanga ati beauty ya mwanaume ni mfuko. So sasa hivi mnaweza confuse wakare sana. Na mtu alikuwa ananiambia the reason why hata Ruto is very attractive kwa mlimani sasa hii ni sababu ya pesa. Ati atuneve kutuneva anyorokete. Tulipika hivyo ndio mnasemanga ati mwanaume ni pesa. Cash.
Sijana alikuwa anaambia kakijana kadogo ati unajua Ruto amekuwa cartoon, ati sasa anajaribu kuonyesha vile yeye ni Gen Z. Ati anauliza Gen Z ati niaje unakaa vinoma mpaka umedunga luku. Mpaka unanipa compare. Mpaka siku hizi Ruto anaongea shit.
Huyo ni Ruto sasa? Lakini ile kitu alinibo ni ile ati anaingililia Kalonzo Musyoka.
Hiyo ni kustuplo. Tumeandikia Kalonzo sana, tumemwambia achane kujibiana na Ruto.
Unasikia all the time lazima ati unasikia tu akisema ati mnajua yule wa 40 years yule. Mnajua yule wa 40 years ati anasema anyway, wacha niwaeke hiyo yellow sababu ndio mnatafuta. Stone PK kuna mtu haya Moringe kuja upe Stone PK namba yako hapa akupigie. Nimekupea preliminary finding. Sodo. So Stone PK unajua Kikamba sodo inaitwa aje kwa Kikamba?
Sodo koni hizo ndo mameta sodo ni nani? Ita nzokela idawa noma sana. Nzoke tu itawata.
Cobra, sodo ni cobra? Ile inasema
hapana si cobra. Cobra. Hata Ukambani hakuna cobra by the way. Ukambani ni hizi snakes zingine kama za mbele tu, very poisonous akina sodo. Cobras.
Sodo ndio python.
Hapana, python ni chatu. Ni nini? Python yeta wala. Mbuva.
Python ni mbuva?
Yes. Python ni mbuva.
Na sodo ni gani? Because we always used to say sodo. Can you give the
sodo? Sodo is this inakuanga na masharu black white, very swift. Inaendanga hiyo sodo, it comes from the name sodo, yani kanatoka kanaenda.
So Mrs. Muringe, umesikia sasa, sodo inabeba kubeba mara moja. I believe Muringe hivi sifikiri umemaliza kule umetoka, so wachana nao angayo ngambo ingine. Concentrate na hiyo ile yenyu. Concentrate na
Maneno unamulista ate mayovo maina vikavaibu.
You are 2 million people. I guess they are 1 million. They are 1 million.
Ai mayovo maina vikavaibu.
So na kama unataka kuvuka anaweza angalia makazi ni sasa. Kama nataka kuvuka unaweza angalia makazi, unaweza teremuka hivyo, uko hata Wandigo wako hapo. Siku hizi hata Wandigo si wameingia box hii.
Kuna nani, kuna hii inaitangwa Itara. Paulo Kisiangasi amebonga. Itara ni gani? Ndio Python. Nafikiri ndio Python, yeah, I think so.
Kuna mtu cobra ni kembuva. Okay.
Na chatu ndio hiyo Python kwa lugha ya Kiswahili.
Pafanda perhaps.
Hapana, Pafanda is a different one. Pafanda is a different one. Pafanda.
We need to.
You can't say Pafanda ni Python bana. Hawa sasa tunaanza kunini. Pafanda is the English name for Pafanda is ni different. Kuna zile snakes ziko in some regions.
So anyway, Mrs. Muringa, to cut the long story short, ujue kuna nyoka inamezanga na kunayo inauma.
Kuna kumeza.
So na I used to hear like nani alipeni example ate okwenda njokongomerie kana njokompeke yate ilikuwa inasemanga waje? Which one? How do they say? Unataka ya kumezwa ama ya kufanywa waje? Kuna vile inasemanga, so either way you are not safe.
Bado utakuwa ni chakula, utakuwa muite.
So you be eaten. So unataka gani? Unataka ukoenda njokongomerie kana njoko what? Who knows that by the way?
Kemeru.
So wacha niwaangalilie. Walikuwa wapi? Walikuwa Nyeri?
Nyeri of course, Sagana.
Hata wa Muzende ilikuwa wacha niwe. Anyway, but don't take it serious, Don't take it serious, please. So Madam Muringe, umesikia? So kama unataka kujipanga hiyo area,
it's Deadpool's turn to shine.
President William Ruto has reaffirmed his commitment to what he calls Kenya's Singapore dream, saying progress made so far, particularly in the housing sector, signals the beginning of national transformation. Speaking while addressing grassroots leaders in Nyeri County, the president dismissed critics who have ridiculed the ambition, insisting that visible changes are already taking shape across the country. He cited the ongoing transformation of informal settlements in parts of Nairobi as evidence that Kenya is on a steady path toward urban renewal and economic growth. President Ruto maintained that he that his government's development agenda is beginning to yield tangible results, adding that the drive for affordable housing and modern infrastructure remains central to his vision of positioning Kenya as a globally competitive nation.
Ndio Waswahili wakasema ukiona vyaelea, kuna watu wameketi chini wakaunda. Ni mnanielewa? Nikaketi chini na yeye akaniambia, Bwana Rais, unajua Singapore wakati tulianza mambo ya affordable housing, hata watu tulikuwa tunawalazimisha. Mtu wako na nguruwe yake na mfuko yake hapo ya pombe, tunamwambia nyumba yako iko ghorofa ya 26. Sasa anaanza kujanga, sasa hii ghorofa lift, nitaweka nguruwe, nitaweka hii pombe ama nitafanya nini? Today that country has changed. Na mimi nataka niwaeleze, hii Kenya kwa mapenzi ya Mungu tutabadilisha. Tutabadilisha. Nyinyi mumeona, sio kwa sinema, nyinyi mumeona live. Nairobi hiyo inaanza kubadilika. Pale Mukuru ilikuwa slum. Leo tumejenga ghorofa 19 Mukuru.
Guys bana. Yani unde mmesema ndio mnataka kuona. Kahiga.
Asante sana Wamombi apigiwe makofi. Piga makofi.
Yeah.
Your Excellency,
malaya.
Our President wa UDA. Rais wetu, nataka nichukue nafasi hii.
Baba, hata huyu nimekuwa
nianze kwa kukukaribisha hapa. Hapa ni nyumbani. Hapa ni kwako. Na hapa tuko karibu kukaribisha.
Yo.
Baada ya kusema hayo,
you need to answer that. So DPK, hata huyu nimekuwa anatoa.
Hata huyo nimekuwa anatoa.
Ziziko na miguongo.
Ziziko na miguongo na inatolewa kwa hivyo. Wala.
Yani huyu amekuja na huyu amekuja na sasa hata huyu mnataka kusema ni pesa hana, juu mmesema watu wako na shida. Huyu ni pesa hana?
Ati.
Si mmesema watu wako na shida, hata huyu ni shida ya pesa. He is a current governor, he is part of the steering clique. Hata huyu ni pesa?
Hapana, huyu anazuia EACC.
Andi akarembeshwa kabisa. But I know this guy does not mean it. Hata anajua. Ni maisha bwana. This thing cannot happen. Si jamaa the other day, I think pia Gachagua should also be very clever. Awache kutembea na watu wengine. Unajua saa zingine Gachagua pia watu wengine anatembea na wao.
Wanamwaibisha.
Wacha Kaiga ongee ni sawa. Ni nyinyi mmeitisha. So I will do nothing.
Asante Nyeri. Asante. Baada ya kusema hayo na sawa. Mimi niliambia mimi wa Fortam. Haya, tulia. Tuko na wageni mahali hapa na ningetaka kwanza niwajulishe wageni wa kiwango cha magavana na deputy governors ambao wamefika. Tuko pamoja. Kwa hivyo nikimtaja mmoja nitawakaribisha hapa, na nataka nisikie mgurumo wa watu wa Nyeri wakikaribisha wageni. Haya, Tutaanza.
Kuna vitu zingine.
Mbona una panic? Mbona una panic? Mbona una panic?
That's the sound of an American oil.
No, unajua I
want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Sio jamaa.
Hello.
Atupakangwe mauji, si ndio huyu?
Ndio huyo. Ndio huyo bro.
Wacha niweke kalinda wetu. At least nione wacha nione vile naaibishwa. Wacha tuone vile anatuaibisha. Awakalinda, wacha tuone awakalinda.
UDA party. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Our party leader, His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto. All the leaders here present, led by the Governor for Nyeri, Governor Kahiga, all the governors and deputy governors, members of parliament, our Secretary General of the UDA party, nanyi viongozi wa UDA mashinani Nyeri County. Hamjambo. Gedia yoguo moyaro. Moriega. Bwana asifiwe. Your Excellency, today is a very big day here in Nyeri. Leo tumekuja hapa ndio upate nafasi.
Si waliamua kukuja Nyeri ili waaibisha Gachagua kabisa. Si waliamua yani walete game home ground. Wanataka kugonga penalty home. Kanzo.
Wanataka kumvisha kanzo.
Wacha tusikie huyo Karinda, my governor.
Ya kuzindua viongozi wa UDA ambao walichaguliwa last Saturday hapa Nyeri County. Katika kila polling station ya Nyeri tuko na viongozi. Hawa viongozi hawakujichagua, walichaguliwa na wananchi, members wa UDA. Jipigieni makofi jameni. Hawa viongozi
symbolic.
Tuko na men, women, youth, and we have also taken care of special interests. Tuko na women, and I want to say throughout the election we have achieved 35.6% gender representation katika uongozi wa UDA mashinani. Kwa hivyo nyinyi wa mama ambao mmechaguliwa, nataka kuwashukuru. Kwanza kabisa mmejitokeza mkasema mnataka kuwa viongozi wa UDA mashinani, and I'm very proud of you ladies for coming out and seeking elective positions in the leadership of the UDA party. Mumenipatia nguvu kama mama mwenzenu. Pia tuko na vijana, and we got about 40% of young people elected in different categories katika UDA grassroots elections. Vijana mpo? Hebu nione vijana wale walichaguliwa hapa, mikono juu vijana, asanti sana. Pia tuko na wazee, and then we also have persons living with disability who have also been elected at the grassroots level. Your Excellency, hii ni jeshi yako. These are the people who will hold you at the grassroots level. These people are very important kwa chama yetu, kwa sababu kutoka leo hawa ndio ambassadors wa serikali ya William Samoei Ruto. Ukiwa mahali kutoka leo, once the president launches this leadership and gives you the powers to go and do the things he will tell you should do. Nataka ukiwa kwa mazishi, ukiwa kwa kanisa, ukiwa kwa function yoyote, huwa unasimama unasema mimi ni kiongozi wa UDA, mimi nikiongea hapa nimetumwa na President William Ruto. Usimame uongee kama William Ruto mwenyewe. Nyinyi ni watu wa nguvu. Kwa mazishi unasimama
Huyu hawezi endelea. Ati anaambia watu waongee kama William Ruto.
Njiro, hiyo formula inaitwa Stone PK formula. Ni vile sija patent.
Huo unasimama unasema mimi ni kiongozi wa UDA, mimi nikiongea hapa nimetumwa na President William Ruto. Usimame uongee kama William Ruto mwenyewe. Nyinyi ni watu wa nguvu. Kwa mazishi unasimama kwanza unaanza na kupatiana salamu za William Samoei Ruto. The next thing you do ni kusema ile kazi serikali ya William Ruto imefanya katika mahali umetoka. So we will also share with you all the government programs za hii eneo yenu yote, county yenu ya Nyeri. Ndio ukisimama unaongea kama president mwenyewe na utaheshimiwa. And when the president comes to the county, kama amekuja Othaya, the first people to receive the president will be you, the elected leaders of Othaya.
Can I make money online with $0?
Yes, you can.
She's the vice chair. She's the vice chair.
Huyu ambassador wa Kasongoism. I think yeye ndio upere kabisa.
Ndio party vice chair, man. She's very strong.
Na wakabalishwa kabisa. Hata nani alikuwa anasema naamka asubuhi tu naona tu watu wamevaa. Hata Nyanza wakabalishwa.
Hiyo formula ni noma. It's called
Kabalishwa taji. Mambo ndio hiyo. Wamebalishwa
hapo. Na kwa sababu we are going to go up to the constituency level na kutakuwa na chairman.
Na muniambie, these are not sick people, Stony PK. Mtu wako hapa chini to listen to people who have done nothing. These people are sick. Hii ni ugonjwa, hii si campaign. Karinda is sick. She needs medical attention. Huu ni ugonjwa, Stony PK. Huu ni ugonjwa. Stony PK, huu ni ugonjwa. This is something beyond malaria or HIV. This is a psychological disease. Huu ni ugonjwa huu. I have never seen. It's like ujakura na unasema daddy. Wacha aendelee. I can see Stony PK ni kama, anyway, you have lived more years than me. It's like wewe ni kama ushturiwi na hii mambo. Wacha nikuwekea, hata wewe ndio umeitisha. Continue listening to their life.
Chairman mwenyewe, Your Excellency, we are requesting. Ukikuja huko unawapatia nafasi hata wao waongee. Na wewe kama ni mzee unavaa tai ya yellow ya UDA. Kama wewe ni mama unavaa cape ama t-shirt ya UDA. Lazima jameni tuanze kuonyesha watu kwamba tunajivunia hii chama yetu. Na mondo dakamuoni die guoya. Ni mregwa kiembu keu. Moti kegu idwe ni mondo guoya. Mumwambia apotelee wapi? Mbali. Sisi ni watu wa UDA kufa kupo. Si alikuja hapo Embu juzi kutushtua kule mbele. Tulimwambia susi hapa huku ni tutam boekse wa mudende. Na tukamuingiza ndani. Alirudi bila chochote. Akaanza kulia. Kwa hivyo nataka kila mtu mkae ngangari. Musiogope. Tunajua serikali imefanya kazi. Tuongee mambo ya hiyo kazi serikali imefanya. Na tushikilie President William Samoei Ruto bila uoga yoyote. Na motika ine. Kama muko na President William Ruto muko na nguvu. Na ndio maana muko hapa kupatiwa hiyo nguvu, murudi mashinani.
PK, I can tell you, we will punish Baride family. Wewe na vizazi zako. You are the last person in Baride family to be ever a leader in Embu. And I will tell you categorically. Huyu mama huyu ashamaliza. Hata watoto wenyu hakuna mtu ataki kuwa kiongozi Embu tena. We cannot have people worse than akina Muru Mutesia. I thought we cannot have a person who is worse than Mulu Mutisia. Muringa imebidi niingililie huyo rafiki yetu kidogo. I thought Mulu Mutisia ndiye, I thought this thing ended with Mulu Mutisia. So do you remember Mulu Mutisia? Mulu Mutisia ndio nilikuwa nikisikia alikuwa anakoa Nyayo.
Alafu nilikuwa nataka usikize Njiro. You have to listen to these people ndio ujue the level of psychopathy. Huyo ni mondo wa kucio.
No, you know, I'm getting a headache,
Don't get it. Na mwamwendilie Teso, lakini anasema Waembu ni washenzi.
Of course, hata Waembu ni washenzi. How do you elect somebody how do you elect a Teso as your governor? That is true.
Exactly.
Exactly.
President William Ruto kazi. Netwegusana ndo wakwa. Tumesikizana. Wangapi hapa wako tayari kufanya hiyo kazi? Your Excellency, they are ready. They are more than ready kufanya kazi ya UDA mashinani. Mshikilia viongozi wa Nyeri wamesimama na serikali bila uoga. Shikilieni Senator wa Matinga. Senator wa Matinga ni fire, si fire. Mushikilie Mama Kaunti Mokami ni fire, si fire.
Fire.
Mushikilie my young brother. Huyo alikuja kule mbele tukafanya kazi mzuri sana. Mheshimiwa Madera ni fire, si fire. Kuna mheshimiwa mwingine hapa uongea bila uoga, Mheshimiwa wa Odhaya ni fire, si fire. Tuko na mheshimiwa wa kule Kieni ni fire, si fire. Tuko na mheshimiwa Nyeri Town yule mtol kabisa ni fire, si fire.
We want everybody to be.
Shikilieni viongozi wenu wote na mushikilie pia MCAs wale wamesimama na serikali. At 2027 kuna jamaa tutahakikisha amegonjeka kwa kuhakikisha viongozi wote ambao tutachagua kutoka president mpaka MCA Nyeri wote ni UDA. Nige yako goroko. Mungu awabariki sana. Tumefurahi. Naleta salamu mingi kutoka kule Embu uko tukonga.
Wewe hujafikisha salamu yangu wewe. Aya, Stoney, you can continue. I can't do these videos again, please. Just allow my concentration. Otherwise, it's impossible.
What do you want? What do you want me to do? Unataka aje sema? Siulize.
Ushajua sodo inaitwa aje kwanza? Or you are looking at the calendar. Na kweli kuna wanaume kweli. Wanaosino mama kwa mudhuri.
Yeah. Mono.
Hata huyo ana vavango leta tumai na tuidio kana. Unataka kuambia kuoga ama kukula?
Tena mureo tiga. Na no ese mureo ndo egusanagirwa bai. Mureo ndo egusanagirwa bai.
Wanozino makugani mudhuri wake.
Muningi sana.
Ndio ndo pusi usio rambira iraba.
Abana. Huyo mwanaume hawezi mwambia chochote.
Hiyo ukiamua ni huyo relax
Mteso ndiye aliolewa Embu.
So hivyo?
Yeah, obviously.
Kwa hivyo
ni sisi tulioa. Teso ndio iko Embu, si Embu iko Teso.
So ni kupretend, tuna pretend.
Watu wa pretend tumepeana, kumbe tuli
Pretending tumepeana msichana.
kote hata vile
Tumepokonyana kijana ya wenyewe tukaleta hebu. Na mbona huyu jamaa muona?
Huwezi muona. Nikaa ule bwana ya nani ya Mili, si unaambiwa Mili ameolewa sijui na Mzambia ama ni wapi?
Kwani wanakuanga wamefichwa wapi hao watu? Ama wanakuanga because they are not visible.
You will never see them. Neno la safari wenu koje.
No, it is a new era. The new era wa mama wanajipanga hivyo. Hiyo
unaambiwa ni the camera is wrong.
There is one thing which I appreciate of our society. Because like I have seen like even as we hate the Western politics, I have come to realize like in Western politics, family values, especially for women legislatures. Do you know that if you want to become a politician in the Western countries, there must be a very straightforward family involved with you? Do you know that?
Yeah.
There must be a confirmable family. Like I have not seen like all the legislatures like in America who I know. Hata hawa akina Crockett hawa akina Crockett, akina MTG, all those women, they are very conventional men. Sio watu wa kufichwa kama njugu karanga.
Yeah, they must appear.
Yeah, they are people who are visible. They are even seen operating with their children. They are visible men. Mbona watu wanaume yai?
Most likely, most of them were separate.
So PK, I predict these people are not married. Wanatuwekea an artificial man. It's just like vile msichana anaweza kuambia I'm taken. Kuachana na yeye. Linda anajua if she doesn't fake there is a man. Kura hatumpei. Because you know like that is one of the biggest stereotypes hata Martha Karua amekuwa akipewa. Atuonange mzee yake. Have you not heard many people, even people claiming that Martha Karua sijui nini atujaona mzee? You have not heard some chauvinistic guys claiming that? Stone PK.
Yeah, it's been there. It came ikarudi ikakufa with the time. All those kind of, you know, when you become a public figure, you get all sorts of it's like insight. Watu wanakuchimba, wanataka kujua wewe ni aje, uko aje. Si unajua what happened, unajua siku hizi hata ikiwa mtu tu alikohabit na mtu akapata mtoto inakuwa nimeolewa nina bwana.
And some of them you cannot confirm. Neither like tunaitanga uimaro, you are just you are following uimaro so that watu waachane na wewe. I have even there is one person I know alikuwa anatanganyana ako na mzee na ana.
Alafu unajua sasa hizo vitu ni personal, you cannot uwezi ingilia sana. Mtu anakuambia my personal life unaitafutia nini? Unajua hata mpango wa kando ni marriage. Unajua Tanzania mpango wa kando nyumba ndogo. Unajua nyumba ndogo? It's formal.
Haya. Hata ni nyumba ndogo hiyo sijaijua, wewe ndio unanielimisha. I don't know.
Nyumba ndogo
sinamaanisha it's a conventional home. That's a convention. It has to be known.
I'm telling you it is known. Kenya tunaitanga mpango wa kando, si ndio? Alafu Kiingereza mnaita side chick.
It's a coded home. It's a home only known by the parties.
Yeah, because you see need some arrangement. Unajua hata first wife anajua uko na, you know, there are men who are, I don't know what that kind of nini inakuwa mpaka wife wa kwanza ana accept, anajua kuna a silent core wife somewhere, not formal, lakini anavumilia tu. Hiyo nayo lazima uwe mwanaume noma sana, either uko naso, you are well off, wanavumilia tu. So Tanzania inakubalishwa nyumba ndogo, na nyumba ndogo ni hiyo side chick au side chick. The official wives anaitwa mke mkubwa, mke mdogo, lakini side chicks wanaitwa nyumba ndogo. Okay,
Basi kitu nyumba ndogo, then they are known. It's like you have conventionalized it.
Sinakuwa known na you are contemporaries. Ala, ni adabona.
How is it a side chick if it is known? It's no longer a side chick.
Only side chick is never known.
Most of them they are like in secret.
Who told you, Njiro? Nani alikuambia? Kile unakuwa na side chick ati julikani uko na side chick. As only your wife ndio utakuwa unaficha kiplani na anajua na anaweza jua ajifanye ajui.
Ati ajifanye how?
Njiro si uniza.
How will they pretend they don't know?
Oh my God! You ask
ninienda kumenya wandatu tu huyu tubite wandatu because unajua wanazindua wandatu na mechanic.
The most intelligent women atajua na hata kuambia. Yes. Oh, unakaa hapo ukijidai vile wewe mwerevu na anakusoma akili.
That is very dangerous. Kama
Of course. Utajua the day tu utamdisappoint and atakwambia utamwagiwa mambo hapo, wewe ndio una collapse.
Kana ama ile wakati ashapanga mfuko anataka kutokezea.
Si ndio?
Anataka kutiga wale wako.
Utasiende ya unasikia anasema na leo ni sema si runyenje ni si athirire leo. Bas unashindwa ala. Noma.
Ndio za runyenje ndiko ino.
Ona safari si runyenje ri tusiezera kinene wa sawa. Watu waugire ni wega. Wewe.
No, hiyo ni missile ya North Korea bwana. Inafurahi through Japan.
Hiyo inakupiga kama ulikuwa unataka kwenda job una call off. Una call out.
No, to the beginning you cannot pretend that women are this strategic.
Cheza pinda bali. Cheza wala.
Kandi zinajulikana na watu
na kwa advise kama ndugu mkubwa, si ulisema mimi nimekaa miaka mingi kidogo kukuliko. Sasa hiyo miaka ulinikuta kile niliona hujawahi ona.
So hautaki nifikishe hiyo miaka nijue. So unaniambia yangu sasa.
Hata ukifikisha utakuwa bado utaona ile niliona. Embere. Ule aliona saa 2 mbele yako, hata ukiona saa 2 nyingine si sawa na ile.
Hata ulituambia ulikuwa unajipanga mapema hata ukiwa high school. I remember. Ati by saa 7 kama ni siku ya games. Tunatuambia by saa 7 tunataka kujua kama huyo msichana utatuma barua ama utatuma.
Exactly. Sitaki kutira. I would not want to be
joker. Ati huyo msichana ni vizuri, ati and already forcing a relationship.
Of course. Kuna parameters unaangalia, unajua hapa utatoboa, unaacha kuwaste energy.
Kwanza ukiona ni Mokorino unaacha.
Hapana, Mokorino si ana strategy yao pia. Mokorino ilikuwa inakuja unamwambia, unajua niliota na wewe jana. Niliota na mtu amevaa kitambaa cheupe. Sijui kama ilikuwa ni wewe, nilikuwa ni Mungu ama ni aje. Kwanza anashtuka. Anasema wacha mchezo. For real? Unamwambia mimi hata sijui. Hata siku anataka kukuambia hivyo because you think unamwambia siku anataka kukuambia nilikuwa naona utaona mimi ni mwenda azimu.
Alafu hiyo ndoto ikaishaje? Sasa anataka kuona hiyo ndoto ili. Alafu tukaenda wapi?
Sasa si ile inafuata ni vile atakuuliza for real, unaambia mimi hata nilifikiria nimekuwa mwenda azimu. Mwenyewe ndiye anakuambia no, really, yeah, it's a dream. Unamwambia really?
It looks so amazing. It looks so funny, but amazing. Guy, did you confirm that?
Kawambia
was it me? Alafu sasa ukinsist unasema ni wewe, sikukosea. Basi kama mimi ni sawa.
Basi. Sasa naenda kujifunga kilemba hata mimi. Lakini wewe ndio utanipeleka. Unamwambia wewe, you are the one to take me for that kilemba.
Na unaenda kabisa.
Sasa ukishamwambia ni yeye atakupeleka kwa kilemba, sasa hapo lazima yeye anachukua hiyo jukumu.
So sasa huyo akiingia box sasa hakuna story nyingine. Hiyo nini imeisha. Hakuna kuongea nyingine.
Hiyo ni close up, close hiyo business for that time.
Sasa unangojea sasa kuandika barua.
Barua hiyo sasa barua ukiandika si itajibiwa one touch.
Sasa hiyo barua sasa ndio una apply sasa ile nini ile the Greek English before breathing. Unaanza kuadminister the sacrament. Hebu tupe line moja ulikuwa unaandika before I start and as my end is lingering with thoughts
within this meticulous period.
I cannot fathom.
I have been contemplating. Hiyo ni vocabulary aleta kama 12. Mpaka nashindwa what? Within the faculty of my medulla oblongata.
Medulla oblongata and you are not choosing the hypothalamus or the pituitary gland.
No, medulla, unajua medulla anakumbuka haya. Na mwalimu wa biology alimention hii kitu. Sasa hiyo unamwonyesha you are bombs to death. Utaki kumwekea kitu hata haita click. Hata click I had my teacher pronouncing that lakini nikashindwa nikasahau. Anajua yeah. This guy is hot.
Unamwekea ma conjunction. No sooner.
No sooner. Yeah. No sooner. No sooner had I seen you. Son. Wewe. Anarudi anaona. No sooner had I seen you than my heart skipped a beat.
Sasa hiyo ni mistari ya 70s and 80s.
Hiyo ni ya maite zupo. Unge team them kama una kizungu bro. Those madem walikuwa noma. Acha nyinyi. You have to, hey. Atuna team them na vernacular. Atuna katia dem na lugha zingine ovyo. Madem walikuwa wanataka watu ma intelligent bwana. Mtu anatoa mambo.
Unajua nini our generation tuona nekevua isiro.
Sisi ilikuwa unatoa unaambiwa huyo Charlie hata hana stra. Ana stra. Unajua stra ni nini?
I don't know.
Ukiambiwa una stra wewe enda home.
What is that? Is stra ni muziki ama ni nini? Stra ni nini?
Stra ni class. Hauna class. Hata vile umevaa. Yes.
It is the modern day.
Yes. Unaangalia. Sasa hiyo lazima umepiga kiatu ilikuwa inaitwa moka. Unaona?
Na safco.
Na taikonda. Moccasins. Na taikonda. Na pipe. Longi inaitwa skin tight. Shati iko slim fit. What you are seeing people wearing now, it's just fashion inaenda ikizunguka kirudi. Okay? Viatu, you know, that kind of a thing. Nywele umechana afro. Sasa
umeyeka afro.
Ala. Afro sasa ungekuwa una afro ni na unaona afro imerudi.
Wow.
Ilikuwa unaamuka unachukua kama 30 minutes kutengeneza afro ba.
Yaani bila hizo vitu usahau warembo ndio unasema.
Adema hata kunotice. Unajua kwanza lazima unotisiwe.
Na hiyo ndio signature.
Hiyo ndio signature wangu. Alafu
mnaangalia wale
kama hapana, wale it was not a big deal. Now that's a good thing. Lakini of course lazima saa hiyo mko music festival hapo utaenda kama kuna ice cream, chukulia ice cream. Ilikuwa poa sana.
Was it hakukuwa na story ya kukula fare?
Hapana. Loyalty was 100%. Loyalty 100%.
Yaani ukiangusha mbuzi umeangusha mbuzi.
Mtu alikwambia atakama. Na
kuna kupokonywa?
Wewe utapokonywa na Stone PK. Sasa Stone PK alikuja achore zaidi. Na kwe na stra, labda nichukue gari yanko nikuje na gari yanko. Nitakumwagia unga bwana.
Unaanza kusema wachana na yule fala hata afikiriangi.
Alafu mimi nakuja na mwambia sasa kama tuseme tuko kwetu na mwambia nitakupeleka out Runyenje. Hiyo umemtoa na huko wapi na huko Keretile. Mwambia unapeleka Niko kutwara town.
Pengine umemtoa na huko Keriko.
Na huko Ngire ndani bana umemleta na gari alafu one thing unampasa anaona una drive. Nawe ni student. What?
Anaenda kuna radio story mwezi mzima. A guy was driving, you know.
Because my guy is cool, mazee jamaa mine ana strad ni mnoma. Aya mazee. Alinipeleka Isaac Walton na zetu le hang hapo. What? Hata head wetu alikuja hapo nikajificha kidogo hata angeni notice. Sayo umemtoa Ngovio girls. Ama Siakago, Mondu girls, Mondu Siakago. Katongu.
Yeah, I knew Siakago was a very strategic school.
Yeah, tulikuwa tunatoka Nairobi kuja Siakago, my friend.
Kwani mademu hapo walikuwa aje bana? Story pekee tuambie, what was Siakago known for bwana?
Si mademu walikuwa wazuri, wamechungwa na sister. Unajua ilikuwa ni ya masista wewe. Discipline ni ile ajabu bwana. Ukiweza kuwin mmoja hapo
ndio CV ya mademu.
Bwana, mademu wana discipline ile mbaya mbovu. They don't lie.
So you are assured that the sister has solved half of your problem. Kumbe mlikuwa vijana welevu.
Yeah, intelligence bwana. Intelligence.
No.
Hiyo inaitangwa when we were we. Ilikuwa kazi. Ilikuwa kazi ngumu.
No. Anyway, it is not easy.
Ilikuwa ni project.
Na mlikuwa na mademu walikuwa nakataliwa na wazazi during your time. Unaambia hapana.
Mbaya mbovu. Wacha tu. Si hata mpaka waleo wanakataa. You know, it is, we are talking of juzi, you know, African nini, we are not that liberal, you know. Kwanza ilikuwa hata ukijulikana, unaona asubuhi unasikia kumepigwa hodi, ukishaona ni mbuda fulani unajua you are finished.
Akajua unanyemelea kasichana kake.
Anakuja home. Anakuja, unasikia mtu asubuhi bana. Ukiangalia kwa dirisha you know him. Unajua kwisha. Nimekwisha.
Nienda kumenyamulea kati na mbili.
Basi. Naye buda hapo akishaambiwa hivyo, anaanza yani hey. You are in trouble.
Anachukulia tu story bila hata kutaka kujua story mingi.
Wewe hakuna kitu hata utafanya. Hata ukiulizwa swali ungoje ujibu. Hawataki jibu.
You know, it was communal anyway.
Yeah, so you just shut up.
Mbuyu wako hakuna vile ati atakataa story ya huyo mbuyu mwingine.
Wewe sasa imagine mbuyu wangu alikuwa ni public figure. Kwa mfano, I'm just giving you an example. This is a respect. Na huyu mtu amekuja kustaki kwake ni one of his supporters. Ni vote yake. Sasa wewe unaona atasaidi na yeye ama wewe?
Wow.
It's not easy, bana. Things went on as mambo yanaendelea tu. Now coming back to Cecily, our governor. Tena umeenda Njiru.
Niko hapa. Sema.
Nakwambia coming back to our governor. Unakumbuka governor alikuwa analia hii kampeni ya Mbere North, alikuwa analia anasema haki ya Mungu niramuva mutikambekelea hivu nikirumu nikiruzi
Andwetu anasema Andwetu mutikanjonorithie.
Yes.
Watu wetu na napenda kutumia hiyo jina. Na watu wetu wanasema ni akina nani? Andwetu. Who is Andwetu? Story begins about it means what?
Nyinyi voters, politician ana believe watu wote ni wao. Kama sasa sisi ndio ana believe county watu ni wake.
These people are sick. That is sickness at watu wetu akina nani?
My people. my
An
people.
opponent.
They don't care about the opponent.
Hadi ati anapikisha salamu ya watu wa Embu. Ni watu wa Embu wao walimtuma. Embu, no, so we have to start auditing this statement. When Balida is saying pokeeni salamu kutoka Embu, ni Embu gani? Watu gani wa Embu wamemtuma salamu?
Akina Njio, akina na Mwanja, akina Njoroge, all people in Embu.
Really?
Yes.
For real?
Hata akisema Embu mheshimiwa, Embu County tumesema ni wewe, hakuna mwingine mheshimiwa. Embu County kutoka Ngire hadi Njokere, yote Embu yote iko nyuma yako mheshimiwa. Usitingishwe na yeah.
So anasema he is speaking on behalf of everybody.
Everybody. Yes, on behalf of all Embu County residents.
Kweli. Watu wako entitlement mbaya sana. Hebu nikuwekee ODM kidogo sasa. Tumesikia hiyo ujinga. Let's listen to first of all Kalonzo advice. Hatujacheza watu wetu by
switch to TurboTax.
Wiper Democratic Movement and other opposition leaders have asked the Orange Democratic Movement ODM to carefully consider its approach while forming pre-election coalitions ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking while hosting a delegation from Murang'a County, Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka warned ODM against entering into a pre-election coalition with the ruling United Democratic Alliance Party, saying such a move would not serve the party's best interests. The leaders accused President William Ruto of being at the forefront of efforts to tear the party apart, saying he's only interested in securing support ahead of 2027. They added that ODM was instead welcoming party leader Oburu Oginga to discuss and form a coalition to unseat President Ruto, claiming he has never believed in Raila Odinga's vision.
If you are talking about forming a pre-election coalition, na umekubaliana Kilifi, the first bite of the cherry should go to this team ambayo ilitembea na baba, tukaunda Azimio, tukapigania demokrasia na haki kwa Wakenya. Kweli si kweli?
If indeed they believe in the vision of Raila Odinga, then the first point of call should be united opposition. Na sisi tuko tayari kama ndugu yangu amesema, tuko tayari tukae na Dr. Uburu, na kina Sifuna hawa, and everybody else.
React.
Kwani umetoa ilikuwa kabaiti kadogo aje? Anyway, sasa that's good because now they need to thoroughly deconstruct some of those allegations. Alafu waongee kwanza, mimi na insist waongee na lugha ya Kiswahili. Lakini sasa labda what they mean, they are addressing hao jamaa wao. You know, those are their meetings. Alafu najua wanaongeanga ati na Kizungu ndio sijui kwa sababu inaenda inatamba sijui nini. But you see, hizi vitu zinasikizwa na their members. So ni vizuri waongee vizuri na waongee raw. Waiseme ikiwa very raw. Bila kuanalyze hivyo na kusema the way as it is. Ni kweli kwanza ile watu wanatakiwa waemphasize sana ni kwamba wale ambao saa hii wako ndani ya wanasema juu ya broad base, they should categorically say it's not the community. No, it's not. And then they should depart from that hiyo nini ya kusema ati baba aliwawacha sijui wapi alifanya. No, kila mtu anapeana his or her own interpretation of baba alisema, baba alituacha hivi, alitupeleka hivi, which is which is not, it's not anything to really ride home about. Yeah. So basically, yeah, the opposition are supposed to try and deconstruct those narratives because they don't make sense. Your narrative ni ya uongo, ni ya uongo, ni ya uongo, and that would be very good. Very good. Hebu weka ya nani, kuna moja ilikuwa ya kina
naweka, hebu kwanza niweke muone vile Bobi Wine ameshinda uchaguzi.
Sawa.
Wacha niweke Bobi Wine ameshinda.
People power everywhere.
Congratulations, it has not been an easy task. We wish you well.
After declaration of Eugene Nasolo and Abubakar Kawalia as the duly elected members of parliament to represent the people of Rubaga South and Rubaga North respectively at 4 a.m. today morning, the Electoral Commission has declared NRM's Fred Ruhindi the winner of the Nakawa East parliamentary seat. He garnered the highest amount of votes cast with 18,555 against NUP's Alex Waiswa Mufumbiro's 15,186.
I declare Ruhindi.
Therefore, I am in politics out of conviction, not out of convenience. It is the people who said, now that for 10 years you kept serving us well, without an office and some money, let us take you back those places so that you can serve us much better.
You've been campaigning even without me. So I wanted to thank them as young girls, as young boys. They've not rested at all.
She always responds to our cries as traders. Even the last problem we had as traders, floods in Kampala, Hajat Misa Kawanda came and visited traders and also led us to Chisozi, where we met His Excellency, and he promised to give us 20 billion to compensate.
Shortly after, the returning officer for Kampala, Rashid Hasacha, declared Joel Sonyenyi the winner of the Nakawa West parliamentary seat, beating NRM's Anderson Burura by a margin over 12,000 votes.
Burura Herbert Anderson, NRM, 9,586. Senyonyi Joero Desekezi, no, 21,761. Senyonyi has been represented.
Yes, people would expect that I should be jubilating because I have been declared winner. I'm saying it goes beyond just myself. I have colleagues that have been disenfranchised. Alex Waiswa Mufumbiro, Nakawa East, is in jail. He won, but they tinkered with the DR forms right there. We put them aside.
Next to be declared were the results for Makinda East and West, where Ali Kasiye and Zahara Luirika from NUP emerged winners.
We are not jubilating now, not because we have not gotten any victory. Some of us have been declared as winners, but our colleagues inside there are still suffering. So it has been a lot, I must say.
Meanwhile, Shamim Malende, the incumbent Kampala District Woman Member of Parliament, beat off competition from 6 other candidates to retain her seat.
But I'm going to put the issues of the people of Kampala and Uganda at the forefront, especially issues touching women, the business community.
While in the 2021 polls, the two divisions in Kawempe were both taken by NUP candidates, this time round, these two have been shared between NUP and NRM. The returning officer of Kampala, Rashid Hasacha, declared NRM's Madina Nsereko the winner, beating off competition from NUP's Fred Nyanzi in Kawempe South.
To cut the long story short, in Kampala, Bobi Wine won 70% of the seats, and he still lost the election. Kura Bobi Wine ilienda wapi? Ama Kampala sio Uganda? Tulipika ama ulisema mashinani ndio kila kitu. Tulipika kura ya Bobi Wine imeenda wapi bwana? wacha tusikie Bobi Wine akikataa kura rasmi warudishe. Sababu mmesema mnataka kusikiliza kila kitu, wacha tusikie. Amereject alafu
The National Unity Platform Party presidential candidate Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu has said the presidential election held on Thursday, 15th January 2026 was not free and fair, and he does not agree with the results announced by the Electoral Commission, in which the NRM presidential candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni was declared the winner. According to the Electoral Commission, Museveni won the presidential poll after obtaining 7,946,772 votes, representing 71.61% of the total votes cast, while Chagulanyi came second with 2,741,238 votes, or 24.7% of the votes.
We reject whatever is being declared by Mr. Byabakama, because those so-called results that they're declaring are fake, and they don't in any way reflect what happened at the polling stations or what is at the declaration forms.
Chagulanyi claims the entire voting exercise was marred by widespread irregularities.
After arresting almost all our agents, after ballot stuffing, and after shutting off the internet, the regime is trying to once again rig the elections. What happened in the polling station is a completely different story, and we demand that the internet be restored and the rightful declaration forms and tally sheets from the districts are uploaded on the internet so that the people of Uganda can see the rightful results in transparency.
Chagulanyi had called for the Electoral Commission to hold the declaration of the presidential results until the internet was restored, but this did not happen.
My wife and I have been under house arrest since the 15th of January when we had elections. And yesterday, our house was raided by some police officers together with a number of other unknown individuals in plain clothes. They used ladders to climb over our fence. They cut off our electricity. They cut off our cameras. And they were being assisted by a helicopter that was hovering in the sky of our compound and providing them light as they were doing what they were doing. Amidst that raid, I was able to use my skills and escape my house. But I know they're looking for me.
But police spokesperson Kituma Rusoke said Chagulanyi is in his home in Magere in Wakiso district and that he has not been under house arrest. However, he noted that security agencies are monitoring movements around Chagulanyi's home.
We are dominating as security all areas that are of specific security interest. So it should not surprise you when we have a pickup or two near the residence of Honorable Chagulanyi. And we don't commit any offense when we deploy in Magere. We have the right to deploy anywhere. But what I would like to categorically make as a statement is he's not under arrest. We have not necessarily denied people from accessing him, but we can also not tolerate instances where people use his premises to gather and cause unnecessary violence or incite violence. So we cannot allow an environment to be used as a springboard for chaos or violence generally.
He says security is yet to make a decision on when the members of the public, including the media, will be allowed to access Chagulanyi's home.
We have had instances where media becomes part.
Can you imagine ati huyo mkubwa wa polisi ati anasema Bobi Wine is not under house arrest, but we cannot allow people to be this. It's not a laughing matter. We cannot allow people to be at Bobi Wine house because I know the reason why they don't want people to be there. They think they will do what they are doing. They think if Bobi Wine is having people, they will do ballot stuffing. So they want to choke. They have serious paranoia. Hey, so you your story. because of me hata imenishida. It's dangerous paranoia, man. Stone, are you there? Stone PK, are you there? I think people have gone. So, hii mambo ya Bobi Wine man.
Niko.
Ebu comment your story. Ati naye Museveni ati anajifanya ati anachunga mang'ombe kula ikitangazwa.
Jakwambia ingawa unanienjoyingi na story zangu za pretense. Hiyo uta patent hiyo kitu. Kama kuna pretender duniani hii. Wewe unasikia unaambiwa hauko under house arrest lakini utakiwi mtu akuvisit. na pickup zitakuwa deployed around there to monitor you. Na Museveni anakudanganya ati yeye alikuwa hata hana shughuli kuredia ararithagia ng'ombe ciake na kuria Ganjai. I witnessed how many elections mbili za Museveni. Na niliambia watu kwa hii channel, nikamwambia mtaona election ile hamjawahi ona. Ulisikia nini kwanza zikakuja watu walisema opposition now we want to use what Kenya used, the Kim kits, what Ghana used, blah blah blah. Waka hype. Museveni akasema it's okay, the kits will come, no problem. Ndio mnataka hizo zikakuja zote. Then what did he do? Ulisikia story?
Nimesikia story bwana. Jamaa amepata 71 bwana. So how do you challenge that one?
Not even that. Simulililia kits. Mkasema ati with the kits hata read. Kits zikanunuliwa mpya kwanza. Lakini what he did, they never worked for 5 hours. they didn't function. Ile function ni ya yeye mahali alikuwa anavotia. Ikafanywa ati ni technicality. It could not pick his thumb. It can pick face. So na akavote vizuri, UN wakarecord observers wakasema yeah it's fine, but there were a few challenges here and there. When it was all over Uganda, the kits never worked. Kwanza area na Changulani, area ya opposition, kits hazikuwork. Unaona? Watu wakaambiwa we go back to the register, manual register. Njiru, you know what that means. Where we were sijui 19 ngapi. Manual register, that is ukisha declarewa siku ile utasimama usikie polling station zako ati mumeambua mashini ziliharibika ni manu, ujue umekwisha no adira. Kwisha, because that's the easiest way to read. Anybody will be atachukuliwa amevote, ballot stuffing nini na nini, because there is nothing to reconcile with.
Hiyo pretense ya Museveni manze. So you are saying nicheze kitu. What did you want me to pray? As we now reach close to our end of our show. Si mumesikia ya kutosha sasa. Si we have dilated properly hii maneno ya Kasongo sasa. Kuna mtu atasema hana, na tafadhali if you feel you can subscribe us. So Stone PK, you wanted me to do a video. I don't remember. Okay, let me see kama kuna kitu iko kwa news. Kuna watu wanakufia kwa nyumba ya Keheka Kimani. Stone PK, I think you can tell us what you think as na huyu kijana alikuwa ametutembelea, nasikia ni kama ni ka project kutoka pahali fulani, I don't know. Stone PK, sijui kama umesikia story. Yeah, so anyway, nilikuwa nataka, let me put ODM ni kama walikuwa na mambo yao jana. Wacha tuweke ODM. Wacha niweke youth leader. Huyu ndiye atatufungia. The youth leader. We call it
Tukaribishe gavana baraza wa Kakamega. Karibu gavana. Karibu gavana. Asante sana. ODM. ODM. Linda ground. ODM. Linda ground. Asante. Delegates, and leaders from all over the country who have come. Governor Otuoma na women rep ambaye ni Deputy Secretary General wameongea hapa na wamemaliza kila kitu. Wamenikaribisha na wameset agenda yetu ya leo. Kwa hivyo mimi sina mengi ya kusema, sina mengi ya kuongeza, kuongezea juu ya hiyo, nitasema tu machache. Kwanza nikiwa hapa Busia, nina furaha tele kwa sababu Busia ndio msingi ya chama chetu ya ODM. Ukienda kwa usajili ya members ya ODM, Busia ni number 1. Na ukienda kwa kura ile Raila alipata hapa Busia, ndio ilishinda counties zote za Kenya. Hapo pia Busia ilikuwa number 1. Kwa vile Gavana Otuoma amesema mkutano ya mwisho ya Raila kabla hajaenda binguni ilikuwa ni hapa Busia, mkutano ya hadhara ya kuzindua 20 years of ODM. Hata mimi nilikuwako kwa hiyo mkutano. Na kwa hivyo sisi kwa Central Committee yetu ambayo ilikuwa Kilifi, tuliamua ya kwamba mkutano yetu ya kwanza baada ya hiyo Central Committee meeting itakuwa na delegates, itakuwa ni hapa tena Busia. Na hiyo sio by mistake. Busia deserves it because of what Busia has done to the party. So mimi ninawashukuru sana nyinyi ambayo nawakilisha county ya Busia. Na kwa hivyo leo mimi nimekuja hapa kutangaza ya kwamba baba yetu ambaye ndiyo mwanzilishi wa chama chetu Raila Amolo Odinga ameenda. Na vile ameenda, alituacha akishajenga serikali kubwa ambayo inaitwa ODM. Serikali ikishajengwa, serikali ambayo iko na mzishi mpaka kwa grassroots, mpaka kwa polling station, haiwezi kuanguka kwa sababu driver yake na mwanzilishi yake ameenda. Nyinyi bado mko na mmenipatia mamlaka ya kukaa kwa hiyo driver seat. Mimi nitaendelea na sitaogopa. As long as I have the support of the grassroots, and I have come here to ask for that support from the grassroots, starting with my county of Busia. Nyinyi watu wa Busia, delegates wa Busia, mtanipatia support? Nione kwa. Asante. Basi mkinipatia support, mimi sitaogopa, nitaendelea mbele na nitaendelea bila uoga yoyote, na tutaendelea kama chama. Tutafuata sheria yote ya chama. We shall obey all the rules of the party, but we are not going to be we are not going to be distracted by side shows. We are not going to be distracted by side shows. Wale ambao wanafanya side shows huko na huko, mimi ninawaomba warudi kwa chama, warudi kwa mainstream, warudi kwa wananchi. Mimi sitaki kutaja jina la mtu, hawa wote ni watu wetu. Mimi ninawaomba warudi kwa chama, tukae pamoja, tuendelee. Sasa usajili ya voters imeanza, usajili ya ID zimeanza, na mimi ningewaomba nyinyi wote viongozi wa chama kwa grassroots pale nyinyi mmetoka, muhakikishe ya kwamba kila mtu amepata ID card akisa.
That's the first thing. And then the illusion that is broad, where are the young people? Where are the women in that broad so-called? And there we have over 90 political parties. So how many parties are in that so-called broad thing? Then, as we always say, there's nothing like a broad-based government anywhere. The government that was voted was Kenya Kwanza government. So those broad-based things are illusions of politicians who want to either massage their egos or even try to please their followers.
Okay.
The second thing, even in its so-called broad-based, it's directionless, aimless, and basically I can call it useless to the citizens, but very useful to the politicians. But again, I believe that its expiry date is over. It only served to cool the young protest in 2024. That's the only purpose why broad-based came in. And since then, they walk away from that. That's why you see the 10-point agendas is like the bottom-up narrative. It's all forgotten.
Did the young people need cooling down?
No, but to the politician, they needed cooling down because the young people were to change the political dynamics and the playing ground for these politicians. So only what they needed is to tell them, no, we have a government of everybody else now. So why are you protesting? Why are you trying to oppose this government? It's no longer root alone. It's the whole country together now. We are calling it a broad base. If you want to come in, young people, come in. The same thing they did with the NADCO, if you remember very well. When we were for the Sufuria protest and the Unga and the Nja protest, then they call people who are never hungry, people who have never slept without food, people who don't know poverty, to sit down in bomas. And the likes of Kalonzo Musyoka today were the same people who are sitting there now to receive comments. Now, is Kalonzo suffering of hunger? They came up with a report called, I don't know, NADCO report. The same report with the same so-called 10-point agenda report, I don't know, for broad-based.
It is number one on the 10-point agenda.
Now, it's number one, which never originated from the young people, never originated from the poor. It originated from some people sat here in Bomas here to talk about the agenda they think is good to fix the country.
Can I ask a question? And I'm asking both of you. So, whether it was the NADCO report or whether we go back to the early arrangement that Raila and Uhuru had, BBI, are you saying that none of these initiatives were actually purposed to change the lives of the citizenry for the better?
I don't believe on that. How broad is the broad base? Because when you talk of broad, you must expand and explain what is broad. We know the definition of what is broad. So if ODM and UDA work together, it's so broad enough to be called a broad base. That's the first thing. And then the illusion that is broad, where are the young people? Where are the women in that broad so-called? And there we have over 90 political parties. So how many parties are in that so-called broad thing? Then, as we always say, there's nothing like a broad-based government anywhere. The government that was voted was Kenya Kwanza government. So those broad-based things are illusions of politicians who want to either massage their egos or even try to please their followers.
Yes, Njiru.
PK, you can react to those videos.
It's good. I think moja compliment the other very well. Let me begin with hiyo ya huyo kijana, let me call him kijana, ya huyo presenter during the radio generation. I'm so happy about it because when I monitored that interview, the whole of it, because I like following radio generation, Njiru, and you should be listening to it. You have one character there who is always a mole. You know, this man called the CT. You know, CT is always on the side of Ruto, you know, but he masquerades as if is neutral and is very high level, inaitwa level nini, level something, you know. And whatever he brings questions to show like whatever the government is doing it's coming to serve the people and all this kind of a thing. And then of course I like Mbuvi also, who comes with a lot of ignorance. One, because he's, I think, very youthful, so he doesn't have a lot of background about the landscape of Kenyan politics. So he's always ready to learn and asks some very naive questions that are very good for learning. That's why I like. And then they invite very good. They invite assorted speakers that are able to give very good highlights regarding the contemporary issues, contemporary political issues. Come to ODM. When I see and look at what ODM is doing right now, I sympathize. I almost shed a tear. You wonder, surely these people, they don't care about, they are burning that money because it's not their money. Njiru, do you know how much it takes to get that arrangement, that tent? Inaitangwa doom tent. Unajua ni pesa ngapi inatumikanga hapo, ndugu yangu?
I don't know.
But it's a lot of money. Inapiga milioni karibu 5, 6, 7 huko, I think.
Kwani hiyo tent ni kubwa aje?
Oh, it's a big one bana. Kubwa, inakujanga mpaka zina choo. You can pitch it anywhere. It's a full package. So you can imagine.
Ni watu wangapi? 10?
No, over 100, almost 50, almost 30, 40,000. Ni kama nini? They are big. Na it can be as big as anything, because anaweza join 2, 3. It's huge, and it's big business. Our politicians, the businesses are. So for me, I'm wondering, what objective does ODM want to achieve? When Oburu goes saying that atashikilia, anataka support ya grassroots and this kind of a thing. So I equate this kind of gathering ni the same na ile ya Msagana, ile tumecheka sana, kina Karinda karibu atoe Marinda mbele ya Ruto. Anaera akora weba kuve kuruta churuale nondo. You can imagine vile ana swear. Ana swear yani with all the might. Same thing with Oburu. They are so desperate about this thing. How will they even be able to win? So what are they rubber stamping? Okay, is he doing this so that it will be climaxed to what we call the NDC? Are they going to hold the NDC? I can bet hakuna NDC itafanywa. I don't think he can do that. I think atachukua hiyo kuzunguka watu wameratify. That will be the shortcut from my thinking. Then waseme already tiari nini ODM wame ratify, but at what cost? Yeah. So these are some of the extravagance that we are experiencing, and for these people to pretend to have an activity, it's a shame. It's a shell of a party. The party, kuna ODM, hakuna Njiru. Back to you.
Wow. So mimi Stone PK sina neno. We can call it a day.
Amna noma.
Yeah, so it was a moment. I think we have quite discussed a lot, and it's quite a big night for us. Thank you for coming, and I hope we will be able to solve that UDA dissonance, that sickness, because it's a sickness. The only way we do it, there's no two ways of saying it. Following death, kufuata kifo. So let's talk with our people. Shalom until we meet tomorrow. Sina la ziada. Mashal kaheri. So Stone PK, we can go and rest. So wale ambao wanataka kulala mnaweza lala. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, please, and if you have not subscribed us, I will also urge you, you can take 1 or 2 minutes to subscribe us. We only need like 9 subscribers to fikishe I think 2,300. So please, kama uko hapa na hujatusikiliza, do it. Thank you.